Chapter 9, 77. The stone hall was ancient and majestic. Some parts of the hall were covered in green, while others were covered in moss. It had been many years since anyone had come here. Lin Feng was the first cultivator to come to the stone hall after so many years. He stared at the stone hall, trying to sense its history. Why was there such a stone hall at the peak of the Divine Mist Mountain? Where did it come from? Lin Feng thought of the giant serpent that protected the Divine Mist Mountain. It seemed that the serpent's true guardian was this stone hall. Master, there might be treasures in this stone hall. Let's go in and take a look. The black-feathered eagle king said impatiently. The stone hall was ancient and mysterious, and it emanated an aura of time. However, Lin Feng didn't act immediately. There was nothing wrong with being cautious in a place like this. Senior, what is the origin of this stone hall? Lin Feng transmitted his question to the demon lord. The demon lord replied, it should be related to a god. Clearly, the god that the demon lord was referring to was no ordinary god. Ordinary gods wouldn't have been able to build a stone hall like this. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the stone hall. The stone hall's doors were tightly shut. He arrived in front of the stone hall and forcefully pushed open the massive doors. When the doors were pushed open, a blinding light shone out from within. The light enveloped Lin Feng, and he felt as if an ancient world had appeared in front of him. All the living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were humans, demons, or other races, all believed in the God that resided in the Divine Mountain. The God would occasionally appear in this world, and then he would send down miracles to help those who prayed for blessings. The entire planet lived in peace and contentment, until one day black clouds roiled and lightning interweaved. No one knew what kind of existence had come to this world. The god walked out of the temple and began a great battle. This battle was too tragic. On the planet, countless lives were destroyed. As for the god, his head was cut off. The boundless thunderclouds scattered, taking the god's head with them. Almost all the living beings on the once flourishing planet had been wiped out. The god was dead. The rain of blood continued for 3 days and 3 nights. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A small snake, reared by God, found God's headless body. Bang. Deity sat up. My life has come to an end. I hope you can live on and wait for the fated one to come. God's headless corpse left behind a final divine thought. The god's headless corpse exploded, turning into the purest divine origin that surged into the little snake's body. The little snake let out a hoarse cry. It shed tears. It was originally an injured little snake that had almost died. God bless the common people, rescue it, and then enlighten it. It had its own intelligence. But now God was dead. It was said that snakes were cold-blooded creatures. But snakes also had feelings. God's origin was gradually absorbed by the small snake's body. The small snake grew bigger and bigger until it finally turned into a huge python. He was still waiting for the arrival of the fated person that God had spoken of. Even the python did not know who the fated person was. Its mission was to guard this place. Until he died, all of the scenes disappeared. Those were some things that happened in the past, and now they reappeared. Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. God was so kind. Who was it that wanted to kill God? Lin Feng did not understand. The demon lord said, "The great Tao is merciless. The heavenly Tao will not let you live because you are kind, nor will it consign you to eternal damnation because you are evil." Lin Feng asked, "Are you saying that God was destroyed by the heavenly Tao?" "I didn't say anything. I only know that the heavenly Tao rules everything. Even someone like me, a big shot in the undying realm, was as insignificant as an ant in front of the heavenly Tao." The demon lord sighed. The heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao. What is the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng asked. It was indeed difficult for him to understand what the heavenly Tao was. It does not have a physical body. It is the embodiment of the laws. It has an immortal will, and it has the greatest power. The world we live in is formed by the laws controlled by the heavenly Tao. Even the undying realm is the same. Whoever the heavenly Tao wants to live will live, and whoever the heavenly Tao wants to die will die. The demon lord sighed. Is there no one who can break free from the heavenly Tao's shackles? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord's voice was faint. How can there not be? In this world, there will always be some unimaginably monstrous existences who can break free from the heavenly Tao's shackles and be unrestrained. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, then in the future, I will become such a powerhouse as well. The demon lord's mouth twitched. Lin Feng's words had forced him to swallow what he had wanted to say. The demon lord finally said, it's good to have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between living and being a salted fish? What if one's dreams can be realized one day? After knowing the demon lord for so long, Lin Feng had finally heard something comforting from the demon lord. Lin Feng entered the stone temple, which was very spacious. After entering, all Lin Feng saw was a headless stone statue. That statue was most likely the statue of a dead god. There's still telekinesis, the demon lord exclaimed in delight. This was what he had been looking for. A moment later, the demon lord appeared and took a deep breath. The telekinesis within the statue was devoured by the demon lord. This was the telekinesis of all living beings, which was also known as the power of faith. The more power of faith a god absorbed, the more powerful that god would be. To a god, the power of faith was equivalent to a tonic, but to other cultivators, the power of faith was of no use. This was because other cultivators were unable to absorb the power of faith produced by living beings. After losing the power of faith, the broken statue began to crack. Within the cracked stone statue, there was a palm-sized golden stone. The surface of the golden stone was covered with runes. Lin Feng was shocked and hurried over. He held the golden stone in his hand and carefully observed the runes on it. An extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. The content recorded on the golden stone was actually a cultivation method of the 3,000 Great Taos. This 3,000 Great Taos was called the Great Suppression Technique. The Great Suppression Technique. This trip to the divine, Mist Mountain, was really worth it. Lin Feng laughed. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the 3,000 Great Taos. The black-feathered Eagle King congratulated. The demon lord was also shocked. He said, the god left behind his inheritance. In the end, his orthodoxy was not lost. Lin Feng bowed to the broken statue and said, Senior left behind the 3,000 Great Taos. Since this junior was lucky enough to obtain your inheritance, if I have the power in the future, I will definitely find your head and bury it under the main hall so that you can rest here forever. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the cracked stone statue actually stood up. Although he did not have a head, Lin Feng felt that he was staring at him. It was a gaze of gratitude. Crack, crack, following which the broken stone statue completely shattered. Chapter 978. In the main hall, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint holy light. He was like a young sage emperor bathed in the holy light. Behind him, an endless sky appeared. In the sky, the shadow of an ancient sage emperor was faintly discernible. That was Lin Feng's heavenly laws embodiment technique. When Lin Feng cultivated, it also appeared. There was a rumor in the world of cultivators that the heavenly laws embodiment technique was related to one's past life. Past life, present life, and reincarnation had always existed. However, it was unknown if one could really reincarnate after death. Lin Feng was cultivating the Great Suppression Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Although the Great Suppression Technique was not an offensive Great Daos, it still had terrifying power. The Great Suppression Technique was known as the eternal suppression of the three realms. Once successfully cultivated, it could suppress gods and demons and make immortals and Buddhas retreat. Each of the 3,000 Great Daos evolved from the extreme transformation of a certain Great Dao. Therefore, these 3,000 Great Daos all had powerful and terrifying abilities. Now, Lin Feng had already cultivated the Great Death Technique and the Great Purification Technique. At the same time, Lin Feng was also cultivating the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. If he could cultivate the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to perfection, he would be able to transform it into the Great 5 Elements Technique. To be honest, this Great Suppression Technique should be the third Great Dao that Lin Feng cultivated, the 3,000 Great Daos. Billions of gods and demons, immortal throughout the ages, endless divine power, all condensed. The heavenly Tao is difficult to grind. The divine Tao is eternal. The Great Tao's truth suppresses the world. The cultivation method of the Great Suppression Technique was also mysterious. Fortunately, Lin Feng's comprehension was strong enough. Moreover, Lin Feng had cultivated the 3,000 Great Daos twice before, so he had a certain understanding of the cultivation method of the 3,000 Great Daos. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. He waved his right hand, and divine light immediately surged in his palm. A suppress character formed. That suppress character exuded an immortal aura of the Great Tao. It was the suppress character formed by the Great Suppression Art. In Lin Feng's Dantian, the 3,000 Great Tao of the Great Suppression Art had also formed a formation array. Now, all the grand formations revolved around the formation formed by the Path of Supremacy. Lin Feng discovered that the power of the Path of Supremacy had also increased tremendously. For Lin Feng, the more skills he practiced, the stronger his skills were, and the faster his Tao of the Supreme Cultivator would become. After successfully cultivating the Great Suppression Technique, Lin Feng also planned to leave. Lin Feng walked towards the outside of the stone temple. Just as he walked out of the stone temple, the giant python's huge head had already poked out. The python replied, "Looks like you've received a god's legacy." "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. He already knew that the giant python was transformed from a small snake that God had saved, so he was no longer worried about the giant python. The python replied, "I hope you can find the head of a god." "What's this god's name?" Lin Feng asked. "His name is Tai Hao." The python replied. Lin Feng memorized this name. Then he looked at the python and cupped his fists. "I'll take my leave now. Go, I'll wait for you here." The python replied. Lin Feng nodded and didn't stay any longer. He quickly flew down the Divine Mist Mountain. "God, your head is placed in the Bone Temple in the Undying Realm. Can the person you chose really bring your head back?" The python muttered. It didn't have much confidence in Lin Feng. In the end, it sighed. Its eyes were filled with exhaustion. The long passage of time had caused its body to become extremely old. Now, the python was fighting against the heavenly Tao. It wanted to go against the will of the heavens and seize its life to continue living until seeing the head of God being taken back and buried under the stone temple, it was laid to rest. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the foot of the Divine Mist Mountain. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye again and used the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect to pass through all kinds of powerful restrictions. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed out of the restricted area. Swoosh! A cold light flashed In the air, a cultivator with a spear thrust his spear towards Lin Feng's chest. The spear was as fast as lightning. It locked onto Lin Feng's vitals, wanting to kill Lin Feng with a single stab. Xiao Zhanbua of the Divine Axe sect. The attacker's voice was cold as he revealed his name. It was a middle-aged cultivator with a powerful aura. His spear pierced through the sky, making Lin Feng feel as if he couldn't dodge it. Flying Phoenix Claw. At that moment, the black-feathered Eagle King, standing on Lin Feng's shoulder, attacked the cultivator called Xiao Zhanbua. The black-feathered Eagle King's strength had increased greatly after cultivating the Flying Phoenix Claw. This attack made Xiao Zhanbua's expression change drastically. This was because Xiao Zhanbua didn't expect the eagle standing on Lin Feng's shoulder to be comparable to an ancient powerhouse of the human race. Xiao Zhanbua had to retreat now, because if he didn't, he would be killed by the black-feathered Eagle King before he could kill Lin Feng. Xiao Zhanbua's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and he retreated like a sharp arrow. His right hand suddenly shook like a dragon swinging its tail, and fiercely whipped the battle spear in his hand towards the black-feathered Eagle King. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When Xiao Zhanbua attacked the black-feathered Eagle King, Lin Feng had already rushed towards Xiao Zhanbua. Buzz. But at that moment, a cold light appeared in the sky. It looked like a celestial being had descended from the heavens and was moving straight towards Lin Feng's Bai Hui acupoint. It wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's head with one strike. Assassin, Nine Nether Assassin. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He was too familiar with the aura of the Nine Nether Assassin. This force had already sent people to assassinate him twice in a row, but they failed. Moreover, the assassins who accepted the mission were all killed by him. Lin Feng had always been secretly on guard against the third wave of assassins. He didn't expect that the third wave of assassins would appear here. Swish! A light flashed in Lin Feng's right hand, and the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. Then, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the sword that was descending from the sky. However, while Lin Feng was dealing with the Nine Nether Assassin above, behind Lin Feng, a second Nine Nether Assassin silently appeared. These assassins' method of hiding their aura was too amazing. Even Lin Feng was deceived. The second Nine Nether Assassin stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Brat, your time of death has come. A sinister laugh sounded. An endless demonic fog surged out from the void. In the demonic fog, a devil appeared. This devil was the one who had targeted Lin Feng before. He had been hiding in the dark and did not make a move, even when Lin Feng was weak during the tribulation. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now it had finally arrived. Two great assassins and an old devil at the level of an ancient giant attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was in great danger. Chapter 9, 79. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng didn't even have time to dodge, because he was completely locked on by the three experts, especially the Nine Nether Assassin. Lin Feng didn't even sense his appearance. By the time he did, the sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. He wanted to use the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to defend himself, but it was too late. An unprecedented sense of danger engulfed him, making Lin Feng feel the threat of death. The Nine Nether Assassin's sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. At this moment, holy light surged out of Lin Feng's body. That dazzling holy light enveloped Lin Feng. Divine protection. Lin Feng cried out in surprise. Then his face lit up. This was the divine protection that the 4 saint-level spirit array masters had used when he was crowned as the great elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. Several years had passed, but there had been no movement from the divine protection. Lin Feng had even forgotten about it. Now that he was in a life and death situation, the divine protection finally displayed its astonishing defensive power. The 9 nether assassins' swords stabbed the defensive light barrier, but it couldn't break through. This attack was blocked by divine protection. The old devil's attack and the 9 nether assassins' attack were blocked by the divine protection. At the same time, Lin Feng acted as fast as lightning. His 5 devouring martial souls instantly merged into one. A powerful confinement force surged out from his body. The 3 cultivators were trapped by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Lin Feng stabbed the old devil with his sword in his right hand. His left hand slapped the 9 nether assassin behind him. The 3 experts' expressions changed because they felt as if they were in a quagmire. Moving was difficult, but the 3 of them were still very powerful. The old devil moved to the left, avoiding Lin Feng's fatal attack. Lin Feng's reaction was also very fast, and he changed from a stab to a slash. His sword swept through the air. Pooh! One of the old devil's arms was cut off. The 9 nether assassins above were the first to break through the magnetic field and quickly escaped. Now Lin Feng had 2 choices: kill the old devil with all his strength, or kill the 9 underworld's assassins behind them. Lin Feng chose to kill the 9 nether assassins because their methods were too strange. If there was only 1 9 nether assassin, he could be a little more at ease. But with 2 9 nether assassins lurking around, it was impossible to guard against. As for the old devil's strength, which had decreased sharply after losing his arm, he was no longer a threat. Lin Feng abandoned the old devil and pounced on the 9 nether killer behind him. This 9 nether killer was originally going to break Lin Feng's magnetic field confinement, but when Lin Feng exerted all the power of confinement on him, this 9 nether assassin was restrained, unable to move. Lin Feng used the Great Suppression technique. The word suppress condensed, suppressing that 9 nether assassin. In an instant, the 9 nether assassin completely lost the ability to move. His originally cold-blooded eyes were now filled with a terrified expression. Then, Lin Feng's palm struck the 9 nether assassin's body. There was a loud bang. The 9 nether assassin's body directly exploded, and he died on the spot. Damn it! The other 9 nether assassin's expression was incomparably gloomy. The old devil had lost an arm, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. After the Black Feather Eagle King and Xiao Zhanbua exchanged a blow, they quickly retreated. It cried out excitedly, "Master is truly wise and mighty. You killed a powerful assassin so quickly, damn bird." "Shut up!" The other 9 nether assassin said fiercely. "Shut up your uncle." The Black Feather Eagle King retorted with tit for tat. Now that he had killed a 9 nether assassin, and the old devil was seriously injured, the pressure on Lin Feng was greatly reduced. He looked at them coldly. Assassins from the netherworld are really as annoying as dogskin plasters. But let me tell you, no matter how many assassins from the netherworld come, this young master will kill them all. Sooner or later, I will overturn your assassin temple. Brat, just based on what you said just now, it's enough for you to die 1,000 times. The 9 nether assassin's voice was emotionless. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He coldly looked at the old devil and asked, "Who are you? I don't think we know each other." "Brat, you don't even know the mystic demon patriarch." Xiao Zhanbua curled his lip and looked at the mystic demon patriarch with a mocking gaze. Although Xiao Zhanbua and the mystic demon patriarch had a cooperative relationship, it seemed that they had some disagreements in the past. That was why he was mocking the mystic demon patriarch. "You are the mystic demon patriarch." Lin Feng was startled. The mystic demon patriarch, the mystic demon patriarch, and the mystic demon patriarch. These 3 were fellow disciples. The 3 great devils of the Tianwu continent were each more vicious and merciless than the other. The mystic demon patriarch and the mystic nether patriarch had already died at Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the mystic demon patriarch, but he had never seen him. He hadn't thought that the old devil who had launched a sneak attack on him would be the mystic demon patriarch. Normally, if Xiao Zhanhua had mocked him, the mystic demon patriarch would have already attacked. But now his attention was completely focused on Lin Feng. He didn't have time to pay attention to Xiao Zhanhua. The mystic demon patriarch glared at Lin Feng with hatred. "Brat, you cut off my arm. This enmity won't end here." Although the mystic demon patriarch wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, he was still heavily injured. He knew that if he continued fighting, he might die. That was why he wanted to retreat. "Old devil, if you want to kill me, come at me. I also want to take your life. If I kill you, I don't know how many innocent people I can save." Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and smiled coldly. "Then let's ride the donkey and read the songbook. Just wait and see." The mystic demon patriarch flew away. Xiao Zhanhua and the netherworld assassin also retreated. They knew that even if they joined hands, it would be impossible to kill Lin Feng, who had activated divine protection. Besides, Lin Feng had the help of the black-feathered Eagle King. They had already missed the opportunity to kill Lin Feng. They had to find another opportunity. "Let's go too." Lin Feng said. "Screech." The black-feathered Eagle King screeched, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. Lin Feng jumped on the black-feathered Eagle King's back. The black-feathered Eagle King flew out of the forest. "Master, that little brat is too lucky." In the depths of the forest, the three-headed fire ape said, fiercely. The divine beast Hun Dun said, "Seems like this kid is indeed shrouded in luck. Since that's the case, let him go." Very quickly, the depths of the mountain forest became silent. 2 hours later, the divine protection disappeared. It's a pity that the divine protection can only be activated once. Now that it's activated, it won't be effective anymore. But it's worth it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At night, Lin Feng and the black-feathered Eagle King rested in front of a pond. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 5 or 6 cultivators quickly flew in their direction. Lin Feng sat on a tree branch and looked into the distance. He saw 5 men and 1 woman. They landed a dozen meters away. Chapter 980. These people looked rather miserable, and it was very likely that they had been through a great battle. They each found a place to sit down and rest. "Senior Brother Fan, what treasure did you get from the Star River this time?" a cultivator asked. The cultivator, called Senior Brother Fan, looked to be around 27 or 28 years old and wore a golden robe. These people were all from the Five Peaks State. There were 5 major powers in the Five Peaks State, and one of them was called Five Hua Mountain. These people were all cultivators from Five Hua Mountain. The cultivator surnamed Fan was called Fan Jinbang. As the grandson of an elder of Five Hua Mountain, he had some authority among the younger generation of Five Hua Mountain. Fan Jinbang said, "I didn't get anything good, just 3 stalks of star rain grass." Star rain grass? That's a treasure. A stalk of star rain grass is worth at least 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other cultivators revealed envious expressions. Although they had also obtained some things, they were far from being comparable to the star rain grass. Junior sister Li obtained the Star Moon Stone, which is even more precious, worth 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. A cultivator said enviously. The female cultivator, called Junior Sister Li, was the only female among the 6. This junior sister, Li, was called Li Yingdai. When she heard them talking about the Star Moon Stone she obtained, she said, "I was just lucky. Senior brothers, sooner or later, You will also obtain treasures much more precious than the Star Moon Stone. Li Yingdai looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure, a delicate temperament, and a delicate face. On Five Hua Mountain, Li Yingdai was one of the 5 great beauties. After a series of battles, Li Yingdai looked very tired. Junior sister Li, I have a bottle of true spirit dew here. After consuming it, you can quickly recover your magic power. Fan Jinbang took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Li Yingdai. Thank you, senior brother Fan. Yingdai really doesn't dare to accept such a precious thing. Li Yingdai bowed to Fan Jinbang and did not accept the true spirit dew. Fan Jinbang smiled and did not insist. The 5 male disciples gathered together, and one of them said, "This Li Yingdai actually dared to reject senior brother Fan. Does she think that this outer realm star world is still 5 Hua Mountain? I think Li Yingdai doesn't even put senior brother Fan in her eyes." Another male disciple added, "Li Yingdai only interacts with the top geniuses in the sect, so it's normal for her to look down on us. But this Li Yingdai even looks down on brother Fan. She's too arrogant." Fan Jinbang's expression didn't change at all. He was the kind of person who hid a dagger behind a smile. His personality was ruthless. During this period of time when they were doing missions together, Fan Jinbang wanted to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He constantly tried to curry favor with Li Yingdai, hoping to win her heart. But Li Yingdai had always been distant. This made Fan Jinbang extremely angry. Li Yingdai is great elder Duan Hongxiu's disciple. She must have a lot of treasures on her. Now that she has the Star Moon Stone, why don't we? That disciple said, sinisterly. It would be a pity to just kill him. Fan Jinbang's eyes flashed with a lustful light. I've been trying so hard to please her, but she's turned a blind eye to it. Since I can't have her, I'll destroy her. The other 4 disciples trembled. They only wanted to kill Li Yingdai and steal her treasures. But Fan Jinbang didn't just want to kill Li Yingdai and steal her treasures. He also wanted to rape her. When I'm done, you can also enjoy her. Fan Jinbang said. Since they had already decided to make a move, they didn't mind raping Li Yingdai again. The 4 of them looked at Fan Jinbang with great anticipation. Fan Jinbang took out some rations, then took out a packet of medicinal powder and sprinkled it on the rations. This medicinal powder would immediately dissolve when it came into contact with something, so it was impossible to tell that the rations had been sprinkled with medicinal powder. Fan Jinbang walked over to Li Yingdai and said, "Junior sister, this is made from the golden rain rice from Wuhua Mountain. I'm sure you haven't eaten it in a long time, right? Junior sister, have some. It can replenish your strength." It was just food, and it wasn't expensive, so Li Yingdai couldn't refuse. She thanked him, took it, and put a small piece into her mouth. But soon, Li Yingdai felt her body go weak. All the strength in her body dissipated in an instant, and she couldn't move at all. Her expression changed drastically. "Senior brother Fan, did you put medicine in the food?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. I put some softening powder in the food. After eating it, you won't be able to move for 3 days." Fan Jinbang laughed loudly. Li Yingdai's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Senior brother Fan, why? We're from the same sect." "Same sect?" Fan Jinbang sneered. "Bitch, since we're from the same sect, why are you turning a blind eye to my pursuit of you?" Li Yingdai said, "Yingdai is focused on the Tao. I don't care about the feelings between men and women." "Who are you trying to fool?" Fan Jinbang said disdainfully, "Since you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I can still do you. Now, I'm going to have a taste of your tender and enchanting body." After saying that, Fan Jinbang walked towards Li Yingdai. "For senior brothers, Save me, Li Yingdai looked at the other four with pleading eyes. Ha ha, junior sister, Li is such a peerless beauty. How could we have a chance to touch her? The four of us want to have a taste of junior sister Li's delicate body today. I'm sure we'll be on cloud 9. The four of them laughed lecherously. Li Yingdia's face turned pale when she heard their words, and she was filled with despair. Li Yingdai knew that she would definitely die today. Although she looked weak on the outside, she had a tenacious personality. She would rather die than be humiliated. Li Yingdai wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. However, at that moment, Fan Jinbang pointed with his right hand, and a stream of magic power entered Li Yingjia's body. Li Yingdai was immediately imprisoned. She couldn't even bite her tongue and commit suicide. I've been guarding against you. You can die if you want, but you'll have to wait until we're done before you die. Fan Jinbang laughed lecherously and reached out to tear Li Yingjia's clothes. Li Yingdai closed her eyes in despair, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. You're from the same sect, and you've experienced life and death together. Even if you can't be as close as siblings, you should still respect each other, right? How could you treat your junior sister like that? You're worse than beasts. No, to be precise, using the word beasts to describe the five of you is an insult to the word beasts. At that moment, a sneer came from a big tree more than 10 meters away. Who's there? Fan Jinbang and the others' faces sank. They turned around and saw a young cultivator in his early 20s jump down from the big tree. The young cultivator walked towards the crowd, step by step, with a black eagle perched on his shoulder. Chapter 9, 81. Li Yingdai was originally filled with despair, but now, when she heard the voice that suddenly sounded out, she saw a glimmer of hope. However, Li Yingdia's body was imprisoned, and she couldn't move, so she didn't know who this cultivator was. However, judging from the voice, it seemed to be a young cultivator. He was only one person. Could he deal with Fan Jinbang? And the others? Kid, who are you? Said Fan Jinbang coldly. At the same time, he made a hand gesture to the other four people. The other four people quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. Now that the matter had been exposed, Fan Jinbang and the others would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng seemed to turn a blind eye to these people surrounding him. He looked at Fan Jinbang with disdain and said indifferently, "A scum like you wants to know my name?" Fan Jinbang's face was gloomy and terrifying. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. Don't you know that you're ignorant and fearless? Or should I say that you're stupid?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are always some people in the world who think they're infallible. In the end, they still think too highly of themselves. They don't know that they're just frogs in a well." What an arrogant kid. "Let's go together and take this kid's head for me." Fan Jinbang waved his hand. "Yes," replied the other four cultivators. Then they jumped up and surrounded Lin Feng. Li Yingdai was also nervous because if Lin Feng was defeated or killed, her fate was destined to be extremely tragic. She could not move her body and could not see the specific situation. She only felt anxious and uneasy. Screech. Faced with the siege of four cultivators from Mount Wuhua, the black-feathered Eagle King screeched and rushed out. The black-feathered Eagle King was too fast. Pooh, 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 pooh. Its sharp claws directly grabbed the necks of the four cultivators from Mount Wuhua. The four of them did not even have time to react before their necks were crushed. Blood spurted out. The four cultivators fell to the ground, dead. Seeing this scene, Fan Jinbang's expression changed drastically. He did not choose to attack Lin Feng or the black-feathered Eagle King. Instead, he grabbed at Li Yingdai. Fan Jinbang obviously wanted to use Li Yingdai as his shield. Whoosh! The black-feathered eagle king used the flying phoenix claw to grab Fan Jinbang. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Fan Jinbang. Fan Jinbang's expression changed greatly, and he had no choice but to retreat. He dodged the flying phoenix claw by a hair's breadth and turned around to flee. The black-feathered eagle king had already turned into a bolt of black lightning and chased after him. Its sharp claws suddenly swiped down. Fan Jinbang used a mountain-breaking fist to block the black-feathered eagle king's attack. But how could he withstand the black-feathered eagle king's attack with his mere strength of the seventh layer of the creation realm? The black-feathered eagle king instantly broke Fan Jinbang's sacred art. Then, its sharp claws crushed Fan Jinbang's head. Fan Jinbang died tragically on the spot. The forest became silent. Li Yingdai, who was lying motionlessly on the tree, had an extremely shocked expression. Although she did not see the scene of the black-feathered eagle king killing the other 4 people, she saw how the black-feathered eagle king killed Fan Jinbang. Was that black eagle the pet of that cultivator just now? His pet was actually so powerful. At this moment, Li Yingdai finally saw Lin Feng. It was a face that looked very comfortable. It could be described as delicate and pretty. He was the one who saved her. Li Yingjia's heart was filled with gratitude, but then she was a little worried. Now that this person saw how beautiful she was, would he also have evil thoughts? But soon, Li Yingdai knew that she was thinking too much. The young man casually released a strand of magic power. After that strand of magic power entered her body, Li Yingdai felt that her soft body had regained its mobility. You will still be weak for 3 days, so I suggest you find a place to rest for 3 days. You can move after you recover. Lin Feng waved his hand and walked into the distance. Li Yingdai bit her lips. She did not understand why Lin Feng was so calm after seeing her. There was not even a trace of amazement in his eyes. She was one of the 5 beauties of Mount Wuhua. In the 5-peak state, she was also a goddess of the heavens, a goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, it did not even cause a ripple in that guy's heart. Could it be that he felt that she was not beautiful? Li Yingjia's thoughts ran wild. Women were very concerned about their appearance, and Li Yingdai was naturally the same. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Li Yingjia's weak voice sounded. The vast ancient forest is filled with danger. Yingdai has lost all of her magic power. Senior brother, can you bear to leave a weak girl like Yingdai here? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was most afraid of being entangled by Li Yingdai because Lin Feng did not like to have a burden by his side. However, when he heard Li Yingjia's weak voice, he could not bear to leave her here. If they really met other cultivators or fierce beasts, Li Yingdai would be dead. Wouldn't he have saved her for nothing? Lin Feng stopped. He turned around and walked towards Li Yingdai. When he reached her side, Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" Li Yingdai. "Senior brother, what's your name?" Lin Feng. "Try and see if you can walk on your own," Lin Feng said. Li Yingdai tried to stand up, but her body still felt weak and she could not get up. "I can't get up," Li Yingdai said with a red face. "I'm sorry," Lin Feng said apologetically. Then, as Li Yingdai cried out in alarm, he picked her up. Li Yingdai wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and looked at Lin Feng's delicate face. She blushed slightly. This was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man. Li Yingdai had always felt that she had no interest in the matters between men and women. However, now that she was in Lin Feng's arms, her heart could not help but beat wildly. She was incomparably nervous. Lin Feng did not pay attention to Li Yingjia's subtle changes. From Lin Feng's point of view, Li Yingdai was just a stranger he met by chance. Moreover, he did not intend to provoke Li Yingdai. Lin Feng found a cave that could shelter them from the wind and rain and placed Li Yingdai there. He said, "Rest here for 3 days. After 3 days, you can leave after you recover. When you leave, I will set up a few concealment arrays to hide the cave, so you don't have to worry about being discovered by other cultivators or fierce beasts." With that, Lin Feng walked outside. Li Yingdai felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Why did this guy turn a blind eye to such a beautiful woman? Was she really that unattractive in his eyes? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave the cave, Li Yingdai bit her red lips and said, "Senior brother, Yingdai has something to say to you." Chapter 982. Li Yingdai asked, "Senior brother Lin, have you heard of the Star River?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Nope." Li Yingdai continued, "The Star River suddenly appeared a month ago. There are many treasures in the Star River, and many people go there in search of treasures. I would like to invite you to go there with me. What do you think?" "Oh, there's such a Star River." Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at the black-feathered Eagle King on his shoulder. The black-feathered Eagle King shook its head. It obviously didn't know much about the Star River. After all, Li Yingdai had said that the Star River had only appeared a month ago. The black-feathered Eagle King had been with Lin Feng all this time, so it was normal that it hadn't heard of the Star River. However, from the black-feathered Eagle King's expression, it was likely that the Star River had never appeared before. "I heard you guys talk about star rain grass, starmlin stones, and other items. Are they all treasures from the Star River?" Lin Feng asked. Li Yingdai nodded. "That's right. They're all treasures from the Star River. There are even more precious treasures in the Star River, but it's very difficult to obtain them. It seems like the Star River is extremely dangerous." Lin Feng asked in surprise. Li Yingdai replied, "It's not just dangerous. There are star beasts in the Star River, and many of them are very powerful. If you're not careful, you can be killed by them. Moreover, the Star River has huge waves from time to time. Any cultivator who gets sucked into the Star River dies. In the end, no one has ever come out alive." "It's so strange." Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng then voiced his doubts. "Cultivators know how to fly. Even if the Star River's waves come, they shouldn't be sucked in, right?" Li Yingdai replied, "Flying is forbidden within the Star River." Lin Feng nodded. No wonder the Star River was so dangerous. Once a cultivator couldn't fly, they were like tigers without their teeth. All their abilities would be weakened, especially when they encountered danger. Without the ability to fly, it would be even harder to avoid danger. "Sister Li, have a good rest. In 3 days, we'll go to the Milky Way together." Lin Feng found a place to sit down. The Starry River piqued his interest. Lin Feng felt that this Starry River was definitely not simple. It had suddenly appeared. So where did it originate from? Where did it flow to? What secrets were they hiding? Li Yingdai nodded. Seeing Lin Feng stay behind, she was both happy and disappointed. The reason why she was disappointed was because Lin Feng had chosen to stay behind, not for her, but for Xinghe. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Li Yingjia's body also recovered. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai went to the Star River. The Star River was about 3 days away from here, but Lin Feng and Li Yingdai rode on the black-feathered Eagle King, so it only took them a day to arrive. Sitting on the back of the black-feathered Eagle King, Li Yingdai had a bewildered expression. This was because she could sense an unimaginably terrifying power from the black-feathered Eagle King's body. Li Yingdai had only ever felt this kind of feeling from the ancient powerhouses. Was this black-feathered Eagle King an ancient powerhouse-level existence? Li Yingjia's heart was filled with shock. She naturally did not think that the black-feathered Eagle King was a ferocious bird that Lin Feng had subdued. Li Yingdai guessed that Lin Feng was most likely a descendant of a top force, while the black-feathered Eagle King was sent by Lin Feng's elders to protect Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's cultivation, Li Yingdai could vaguely sense it. It seemed to be at the first heavenly layer of the good fortune realm, which was 3 levels lower than her own cultivation. A day later, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai arrived at the Star River. Looking from afar, a huge river poured down from the starry sky world. The river formed dense, crisscrossing branches, and some stone steps could be seen in the river from time to time. Cultivators jumped on the stone steps, looking for treasures in the Star River, and then fishing them up. From time to time, many cultivators could be seen flying from all directions and rushing into the Star River. These cultivators who entered the Star River were blocked by the starlight, and the cultivators outside could not see their figures. Senior Brother Lin, that's the Star River. Li Yingdai pointed at the huge river in the distance. Endless starlight shrouded the black-feathered Eagle King. When it got close to the Star River, the black-feathered Eagle King's body quickly fell down. "I don't want to fall to my death," the black-feathered Eagle King screamed. The wind whistled, and the black-feathered Eagle King quickly retreated, stopping on a mountain peak in the distance, its body trembling. For a bird like the black-feathered Eagle King, losing the ability to fly was an extremely terrifying thing, and it would be a serious blow to its confidence. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai jumped down from the black-feathered Eagle King's body. Lin Feng knew that the black-feathered Eagle King was afraid of the Star River, and its movements would be restricted by the Star River. Therefore, Lin Feng said to the black-feathered Eagle King, "Wait outside for me to come back." "Yes, master." The black-feathered Eagle King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai quickly flew towards the Star River. The Star River fell from the sky, covering a large area of the forest. It was endless, and they could not see where it ended. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai entered the Star River. Starlight surrounded them, isolating them from the outside world. Spatial laws. After entering the Star River, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The Star River formed a space of its own. What appeared in front of them was not a river, but a vast ocean. However, in this vast ocean, many stone steps could be seen floating from time to time. Many cultivators jumped on the stone steps, flying towards the depths of the Star River. "Senior Brother Lin, you must be careful. You must not step on empty air. If you do, you will be swallowed by the Star River," Li Yingdai said. Lin Feng was very nervous. She appeared to be very nervous. Clearly, he had left a very frightening impression on her. Lin Feng nodded. He and Li Yingdai quickly flew towards the depths of the Star River. There were more than 10 cultivators in front of them. They should be a temporary team. Suddenly, a star lotus floated over from the Star River. It was a treasure that could strengthen one's soul. A cultivator fished the star lotus out. Pooh! However, in the next moment, that cultivator was killed by the people next to him. His corpse fell into the Star River. "The star lotus is mine." The rest of the cultivators roared and attacked the cultivator who had snatched the star lotus. The people who had been in an alliance immediately started killing each other. Corpses fell into the Star River one after another. In the Star River, a huge creature gradually appeared and swallowed the corpses. "Ha ha! The Star Lotus is mine now." There was only one cultivator left. He grabbed the Star Lotus and laughed loudly. Next, however, a 100-meter-long star beast that resembled both a dragon and an ox, its entire body covered in scales, jumped out from the river of stars to gulp down the cultivator. Next, the star beast flew back into the river of stars, causing snapping sounds to ring out. Chapter 983. The astral beast hasn't left yet. It's still lingering nearby. a cultivator shouted in horror as he pointed at the astral beast that was constantly moving around. His expression was very unsightly. When the astral beast had attacked the human cultivator, everyone had seen it. The astral beast was too fast, and it was abnormally strong. Many people were afraid of it. Lin Feng was more low-key, and he stood at the back with Li Yingdai. The astral beast didn't immediately rush over. Not only was it strong, but it was also very cautious. It was looking for the best opportunity and wouldn't act rashly. Something else floated over from the astral river. It was a small island that was more than 10 meters wide. There were 3 astral lotuses and an astral moonstone on it. This was enough to make many people go crazy. Whether it was the astral lotus or the astral moonstone, they could greatly increase a cultivator's soul power. Moreover, the astral moonstone itself could be forged into powerful magic treasures. Whoosh, many people made their moves. Large energy hands condensed in the void and grabbed at the astral lotus and the astral moonstone. Whoosh. However, at that moment, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the astral river. Retreat quickly. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. They didn't have time to grab the astral lotus and the astral moonstone. They had no choice but to dodge the waves because once they were sucked into the astral river, they would die without a doubt. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai retreated again. Many people retreated with them, but there were also cultivators who fled in other directions. At that moment, the astral beast soared into the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and directly swallowed 3 cultivators. Crack, crack! The astral beast chewed on the bodies of the 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators screamed miserably. Soon, there were no more sounds. The astral beast had swallowed all the severed limbs. The island is sinking. Li Yingdai cried out. The things in the astral river wouldn't stay outside forever. After a while, they would sink to the bottom of the astral river. Whoosh! A giant hand formed from energy suddenly grabbed one of the star lotuses. The other 2 astral lotuses and the astral moonstone sank along with the island. What a powerful astral river. Not only is space forbidden, but even magic power is greatly suppressed. Lin Feng was shocked. He had only used his magic power to condense a large energy hand, but he felt unusually tired. The Star River world was full of strange things. However, he had already obtained the astral lotus. He fiddled with it in his hands. This astral lotus contained extremely pure astral energy. If he could refine it, it would naturally be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Boy, give this star lotus to me. A blue-clothed young master looked down at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. His tone was unquestionable, as if Lin Feng would immediately kill Lin Feng if he dared to refuse. He wasn't acting alone. There were more than 10 cultivators around him, and each of them had decent strength. Lan Ruogu, is he an in-name disciple of the heavenly god palace? Someone said in surprise. The divine shrine was an ancient and powerful force. They had an immortal inheritance and a great imperial weapon. Even now, they were still the strongest force in the Tianwu continent. The divine palace was divided into true disciples and registered disciples. There were very few true disciples. After all, there were only a few dozen of them in the heavenly god palace. These people included hallmasters, elders, deacons, and disciples. These people were the core of the divine shrine. Registered disciples were usually disciples accepted by some elders of the divine shrine. If they could display extraordinary strength in the future, they could become official disciples. Only official disciples were considered members of the divine shrine. For example, Di Shengtian was an official disciple, and he was the strongest genius. Even though he was just a registered disciple of the divine shrine. His status was already incredible. He was definitely someone who could do whatever he wanted. Many top forces wanted to send their disciples to the divine shrine to be trained. They had to do everything they could to obtain a spot as a registered disciple. When the crowd heard that the blue-clothed cultivator was a registered disciple of the divine shrine, they looked at him in awe. Lan Ruogu also had an arrogant expression on his face. Piss off. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would only say one word to the divine shrine's cultivator. Many people were dumbstruck. Was this little boy crazy? How dare he tell the divine shrine's cultivator to piss off? Little boy, do you want to die? Lan Ruogu looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng sneered. How ridiculous! Do you think the divine shrine can act so high and mighty and ask for things from others? Do you think you can decide the life and death of others so easily? Lan Ruogu looked indifferent. That's right. The people of the divine shrine can decide the life and death of others. Even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up in front of the divine shrine. Even if you're a tiger, you have to lie down in front of the divine shrine. If the divine shrine tells you to go east, you can't go west. If the divine shrine tells you to kneel, you can't stand. Do you really think the divine shrine has unified the Tianmu continent? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Throw this little boy to the astral beasts, said Lan Ruogu coldly. He was a registered disciple of the celestial shrine, so he didn't care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the first celestial layer. He could kill such a cultivator with a flick of his finger. Yes. Immediately, 2 cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. These cultivators were all consecrators attached to the heavenly god palace, and they enjoyed the shade of a big tree. The divine shrine only had a few dozen people, but they controlled a large area of influence. Naturally, the people of the divine shrine couldn't do everything by themselves. Many things were left to the consecrators to deal with. Senior Brother Lin, I'll help you. Li Yingdai stepped forward. Lin Feng was only at the first celestial layer of creation realm. In Li Yingdia's opinion, he wasn't a match for the consecrators of the divine shrine. She wanted to help Lin Feng. They're just a few small fries. There's no need for junior sister Li to do anything, said Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand, and the void shook. In an instant, he broke the divine abilities of the 2 consecrators of the divine shrine. Then, he grabbed one of them with one hand. Seeing Lin Feng capture 2 experts at the 3rd celestial layer of creation realm in an instant, Li Yingdai was shocked. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Generally, those who could defeat a high-level cultivator at a lower level could be called a monster. Obviously, Lin Feng was such a person. Brat, let us go. We're the consecrators of the divine shrine. If you don't let us go, you'll die without a burial place. The 2 consecrators looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng sneered. He casually threw them. The 2 cultivators of the divine shrine were immediately thrown towards the star beast by Lin Feng. Help! The 2 cultivators cried out in horror. Now that they couldn't fly, they could only watch as they fell towards the star beast. Their original arrogance and despotism disappeared in an instant. Only deep fear was left. In the next moment, Chapter 984. Isn't this kid a little too bold? He actually dared to throw a cultivator of the divine temple down to feed the astral beasts. He's crazy. Many cultivators cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. What kind of terrifying power was the divine temple? It was an ancient sect that countless people looked up to. It was unimaginable how powerful it was. Offending the divine temple was tantamount to courting death. But today, someone actually dared to offend the divine temple. No one dared to believe this, but it was really happening in front of them. Kid, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Lan Ruoga's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ever since he became a nominal disciple of the Divine Temple, he was revered wherever he went. Lan Ruogu also enjoyed the feeling of looking down on all living beings. But today, he was actually defeated by Lin Feng. This made Lan Ruogu quite angry. Lan Ruoga's eyes were burning with anger. Right now, he just wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. This was the world of cultivators. The strong could kill people with just a thought. All of you, attack together. Lan Ruoga said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. These people all used powerful divine abilities to besiege Lin Feng. Tidal Wave Fist, Falling Rain Divine Slash, Sun and Moon Star Slashing Wheel, Blood Wheel, Celestial Destroying Palm. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used to attack Lin Feng. The attacks of more than a dozen cultivators gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. Many of the surrounding cultivators felt a suffocating pressure surging towards them. Hurry up and retreat. Many people cried out in horror and quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. If they were caught in it, they would probably die. Senior Brother Lin, hurry up and dodge. Seeing that Lin Feng was still motionless, Li Yingjie's face turned pale, and she shouted anxiously. That was the joint attack of more than a dozen experts. How could Lin Feng resist it alone? Is that kid scared out of his wits? Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They did not understand why Lin Feng did not dodge. More than a dozen experts joined forces to attack. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he punched out. Bang! It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground, like a huge wave rising in the ocean. The combined attack of more than a dozen Heavenly God Temple experts was instantly broken by Lin Feng. You, the group of experts from the Heavenly Shrine couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the person in front of them wasn't someone they could provoke. Get out! Lin Feng waved his right hand. A gale swept out. Bang, bang, bang. One cultivator after another was sent flying before falling into the river of stars. One after another, star beasts that had been hibernating within the river of stars pounced out to devour the cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Palace. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so Heavenly God Hall cultivators were all devoured by the star beasts. This scene shocked everyone. More than a dozen experts of the Heavenly God Palace were killed just like that. Wasn't it too easy? Senior Brother Lin is so powerful. Li Yingdai was also shocked. Although Lin Feng had easily defeated 2 cultivators of the Heavenly God Temple, it wasn't as shocking as when he had defeated more than a dozen cultivators of the Heavenly God Temple in one move. Only now did Li Yingdai realize that she had underestimated Lin Feng. Lan Ruogu, who had been insufferably arrogant before, was now pale with fright. He quickly dashed into the distance, wanting to escape without a trace. Lin Feng chased after Lan Ruogu and grabbed him. Lan Ruogu was a registered disciple of the Heavenly God Temple, so he was naturally strong. He was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Fortune Realm. When he saw Lin Feng chasing after him, he immediately used the Heavenly God's fist to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was too strong. Lan Ruogu was considered a peerless expert in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Lin Feng, who was comparable to an ancient tycoon, he was nothing. Lin Feng's right hand slapped towards Lan Ruogu. Pooh! Lan Ruogu's fist was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Lin Feng caught him while he was still in the air. How dare you be so arrogant, with such little strength? Lin Feng, looked at Lan Ruogu indifferently. The heavenly god temple's dignity is not to be provoked. If you kill me now, you'll be provoking the heavenly god temple. You should know how terrifying the heavenly god temple is. Even the Jiang family, the 4 ancient dynasties of the central continent, and other top forces won't easily offend the heavenly god temple. If you let me go now, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Lan Ruogu wasn't afraid after being caught. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Lin Feng sneered. He looked at Lan Ruogu coldly and said, "Didn't you say you were going to throw me into the Milky Way? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do that. I won't kill you because I think your idea is pretty good. I'll throw you into the Milky Way and see if you can come out alive." "No, you can't do that to me." Lan Ruogu was finally scared. The Milky Way was filled with astral beasts. If a cultivator was thrown into the Milky Way, they would die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't care about Lan Ruogu's pleas. He waved his right hand. Lan Ruogu was immediately thrown away. There was a thump. Lan Ruogu fell into the Milky Way. Roar! A star beast rushed out and swallowed Lan Ruogu in one bite. He's dead. Even Lan Ruogu is dead. Something big has happened. The heavenly god temple won't let this go. Many people cried out in alarm. The heavenly god temple, it was a powerful and domineering force. They could kill people with a single thought. Lin Feng had dared to kill someone from the heavenly god temple. He had offended the heavenly god temple. How could the heavenly god temple let Lin Feng go? Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to rush deeper into the Milky Way. Li Yingdai followed behind Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. The more she came into contact with Lin Feng, the more she felt. Li Yingdai felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple. Lin Feng seemed to be full of secrets. Li Yingdai couldn't help but want to get closer to Lin Feng. "Senior brother, look, there are 10-star lotuses over there." Li Yingdai pointed to the Milky Way and exclaimed. It was very rare to see 10-star lotuses floating over at once. Lin Feng condensed a big hand of energy and grabbed the 10-star lotuses. But at that moment, an astral beast rushed out from the Milky Way. The astral beast was as fast as lightning. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Li Yingjia's face turned pale when she saw this scene. She had entered the Milky Way twice and seen too many cultivators being swallowed by astral beasts. She had never seen a cultivator escape from an astral beast's attack. "Senior brother Lin, be careful!" Li Yingdai shouted in fear. Swoosh! At that moment, Li Yingdai saw Lin Feng raise his right hand and use his palm as a saber. A saber light cut through the void and instantly cut the astral beast in half. Li Yingdai was stunned. Astral beasts were at least at the peak of the 9th or 10th heaven of the creation realm. Such terrifying strength was actually killed by Lin Feng in one move. Then, could Lin Feng's strength be at the level of an ancient powerhouse? But had he been deliberately hiding his cultivation? An ancient powerhouse in his 20s? Li Yingdai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 9, 85. Take these two. Lin Feng handed the 2-star lotuses to Li Yingdai. For me? Li Yingdai was shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to give her star lotuses. These star lotuses were extremely precious. "Consider it your reward for leading the way," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, senior brother Lin." Li Yingdai bowed to Lin Feng. She didn't refuse because she also needed star lotuses. These treasures were extremely useful for increasing one's soul power. Some cultivators in the distance saw Lin Feng obtain the star lotuses, but they didn't dare to directly snatch them. They had seen Lin Feng kill the people from the divine shrine. If he dared to kill even the divine shrine's cultivators, what about them? The interior of the astral river was boundless. It looked more like an ocean. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai chose a direction with fewer people and flew towards it. Along the way, Lin Feng killed astral beasts and collected treasures from the astral river. Apart from the star lotuses, Lin Feng also obtained many good things such as star rain grass, star moonstone, star tearstone, star scarstone, and so on. These were all supreme treasures that could increase one's soul power. What's that place? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a dazzling light in the distance, enveloping a large area of the void. That's a star cave. Cultivators can enter it to cultivate. Every star cave can last for 3 days after it appears. Senior brother, it looks like we're quite lucky to have encountered a star cave. Li Yingdai was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded. He also felt that their luck was quite good. The two of them quickly flew towards the star cave. After entering the star cave, Lin Feng sealed it. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. The star cave was about 12 square meters in size. It was more than enough for the two of them to cultivate. The star cave could continuously absorb the energy of the astral river. Therefore, the energy of the sun, moon, and stars was very dense. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. He took out all kinds of treasures and started refining them. At the same time, Lin Feng continued to absorb the power of stars in the star cave, under the Archean dragonesque elephant arts transformation. All of these energies were absorbed by Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul began to grow stronger. Currently, Lin Feng's soul power was at the 10th level of the creation realm, and he had not been able to break through the shackles. However, this time, Lin Feng obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from the galaxy. Moreover, the power of the sun, moon, and stars in the star cave was also very dense. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng accumulated enough power and began to attempt to break through to a new realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's soul power had received a huge boost. Loud, rumbling sounds could be heard. It was like raging waves beating against the shore, shaking the surroundings. Finally, Lin Feng had broken through the shackles of life and death realm, and his soul had reached the first layer of life and death realm. I've finally broken through. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The life and death realm could be said to be an extremely crucial threshold. As long as he could break through, it would be much easier to increase his soul power in the future. Li Yingdai had obviously obtained a lot of benefits, and Lin Feng guessed that her soul power should have improved by leaps and bounds. Rumble. The star cave fluctuated violently. After 3 days were up, they had to leave the star cave because it would disappear very quickly. If they did not leave, they would disappear along with the star cave. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai came out of the star cave. They rushed towards the depths of the star cave. About 10 days later, an island appeared in the Star River, and many cultivators came to the island. The island was very large, and there should be a lot of good things on it. Therefore, from time to time, they could see cultivators fighting on the island, and it was extremely tragic. The most precious thing is the Star River Divine Liquid, which is very rare. I heard that the Star River Divine Liquid is fused with the source power of the Star River Emperor. Li Yingdai said, Star River Emperor, an Emperor realm expert? Lin Feng was shocked. Li Yingdai nodded and said, rumor has it that he was an emperor from the primordial era who ruled countless star domains, but he died in the primordial age. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai searched for treasures on the island. 1 day later, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai saw a group of cultivators fighting over a batch of star rocks. Star rocks could not only be used for cultivation and soul power, they could also be used to forge divine weapons. Therefore, the appearance of star rocks caused a lot of bloodshed. Of the two groups of cultivators fighting, a beautiful woman in red led the group of cultivators who had the upper hand. The other group of cultivators was defeated. Master Li Yingdai was very happy to see the beautiful woman in red. Is she Duan Hongxiu? Lin Feng was surprised. Li Yingdia's master was Duan Hongxiu, the great elder of Mount Wuhua. Lin Feng did not expect Duan Hongxiu to be such a beautiful woman. Yingdai, why are you here? I thought you had already perished. Duan Hongxiu was happy to see Li Yingdai and rushed over. Disciple is alive because of senior brother Lin, Li Yingdai said with a red face. She looked at Lin Feng affectionately. A cold light flashed in Duan Hongxiu's eyes, but she quickly hid it. Thank you, little friend. Why don't you train with the cultivators of Mount Wuhua? Duan Hongxiu said. Yes, Lin Feng, we can take care of each other. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Although Duan Hongxiu hid it, well, Lin Feng still saw the cold light in her eyes. Lin Feng did not know why Duan Hongxiu was hostile to him, but Lin Feng had to be wary of her because she was not simple. I'm used to being alone. Thank you for the invitation, Senior. I'll take my leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. She wanted to ask Lin Feng to stay a few times, but she did not know what reason to ask Lin Feng to stay. Duan Hongxiu saw everything, and the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. However, she hid it very well and did not let Li Yingdai notice. Duan Hongxiu grabbed Li Yingdia's slender hands and said softly, Yingdai, now that you're back with me, you won't be in any danger. Let's find a quiet place, and you can tell me what happened during this time. Yes, Li Yingdai replied. What's wrong with Duan Hongxiu? Why does she want to kill me? I saved Li Yingdai. Even if she doesn't thank me, she shouldn't want to kill me. This woman is really strange. After leaving, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Duan Hongxiu had an evil aura that made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. That was also the reason why Lin Feng had left so quickly. Late at night, in the depths of the Milky Way, endless starlight fell down. An ancient being was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the starlight. It was as if an ancient great emperor had come back to life. Countless people were alarmed. Chapter 986. An ancient aura permeated the air, causing everyone to be shocked and moved. Countless people looked at the phantom and couldn't help but feel a sense of worship in their hearts. The Astral River Great Emperor. He's the Astral River Great Emperor. Some cultivators shouted in shock. That mysterious existence must be the Astral River Great Emperor. Even after tens of thousands of years, the imprint still hadn't dissipated. This was a great emperor from the ancient era. He controlled endless star fields. Now that the imprint had appeared, it made countless people go crazy, because many people guessed that the inheritance of the Astral River Great Emperor was about to appear. If that was the case, it was naturally enough to cause an earth-shattering shock. In the depths of the Astral River, there's a vast expanse of starlight. That's where mortals stop. An old cultivator appeared and murmured. The depths of the Astral River Great Emperor were full of dangers. It wasn't a place that could be entered just because one wanted to. The cultivators who could reach that area were definitely abnormally strong. If ordinary cultivators went there, they would probably die halfway. Whoosh! An ancient starry sky road appeared, extending from the depths of the Astral River. This made countless people excited. The ancient starry sky road led to the outside world. Was it to let everyone follow the ancient starry sky road to the astral river great emperor? Listen to the great emperor's sacred path. Comprehend the supreme law, the immeasurable calamity, and the immeasurable difficulty. Many cultivators had already taken action, quickly rushing toward the ancient starry sky road. They stepped on the ancient starry sky road and headed toward the depths, wanting to find the Tao left behind by the astral river great emperor. Reality and illusion are often just a thought away. The old cultivator murmured not far away. Lin Feng felt that the old cultivator was extraordinary. He walked forward, wanting to ask about the astral river great emperor. However, the old cultivator had disappeared without a trace. This shocked Lin Feng. With his current cultivation, he didn't notice how the old cultivator left. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng finally stepped on the ancient starry sky road. Like many other cultivators, he rushed toward the depths of the astral river great emperor. If there was really the inheritance of the astral river great emperor, this trip would not be in vain. A great emperor must have passed down a supreme emperor art. Of course, even if he couldn't get the inheritance, if he could get a few top Archean divine abilities, it would be enough to defy the heavens. Whoosh! Suddenly, an astral blade slashed down from the void. Many people in the front cried out in alarm and retreated quickly, trying to avoid the attack of the Star Saber. Of course, there were also people who did not fear the astral blade and wanted to shatter it. But those cultivators were all killed. Seeing this scene, the cultivator dodging the astral saber turned even paler. They frantically retreated, hoping to escape this calamity. However, the astral blade had already locked onto these people and killed them. Then, the astral blade slashed at the cultivator behind him. The astral blade couldn't be avoided. Many people were so scared that they began to tremble. They knelt on the ground and cried out miserably. They didn't want to die like this. Chop! Lin Feng roared as he condensed Sky Splitter. The dazzling saber light condensed and collided with the Star Saber. Lin Feng was sent flying. The astral blade descended from the sky, intending to hack Lin Feng to death. Sword and saber fusion. Lin Feng attacked again. This time, the combined attack of the saber and sword broke the attack of the Star Saber. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The astral blade's attack was really terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to resist it. Many cultivators who were saved stepped forward to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng just nodded and continued forward. Finally, everyone arrived at the depths. This was a dazzling astral river. The starlight fell like a waterfall and rain. It was so dazzling, so beautiful. Above the astral river, the mysterious figure was still sitting cross-legged. The cultivators who came here hurriedly found a place to sit and meditate, hoping to comprehend the inheritance of the astral river great emperor. Lord, it's him. He killed the people of the heavenly God Hall. More than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. One of them was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Another cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Tian Wufa. It was actually this person. Lin Feng had seen him in the overseas world. This person was extremely arrogant. He had threatened to take the Empress as his concubine, but the Empress had cut off one of his arms. However, his strength was still unfathomable. Now that a few years had passed, his strength had recovered. Back then, Lin Feng had needed to look up at Tian Wufa, but now he could face him directly. In the world of cultivators, it was not an empty saying that one should not bully a poor young man. Many geniuses only needed a few years to rise up and shine like stars. Boy, you dared to kill people of the heavenly God Hall. Do you know that you've committed a capital offense? Tian Wufa glanced at Lin Feng indifferently. He did not know Lin Feng. In Tian Wufa's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Lan Ruogu and the others provoked me. They should be killed. Many cultivators were watching. When they heard Lin Feng's powerful words, they were astonished. Did this kid know who was standing in front of him? It was Tian Wufa. He was an elder of the Heavenly God Hall. The Heavenly God Hall can kill other people, but other people can't kill our cultivators. Otherwise, our entire sect will be destroyed. Tian Wufa's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the prestige of an elder of the Heavenly God Hall. Even a demonic sect won't say that they'll destroy an entire sect. Is the Heavenly God Hall inferior to a demonic sect? Lin Feng sneered. Tian Wufa remained arrogant. Everything the Heavenly God Hall does is righteous. What's wrong with destroying your entire sect? Even if we dig up your ancestors' graves, who in the world would dare criticize us? Many people frowned. They felt that Tian Wufa was too arrogant, but when they thought about how strong the Heavenly God Hall was, they could only sigh. Tian Wufa was so arrogant because he had the support of a colossus like the Heavenly God Hall. Lin Feng sneered. Do you really think the Tianwu continent is the Heavenly God Hall's backyard? A one-armed man dares to boast shamelessly in front of me? I feel embarrassed for you. The corners of many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. Who was that kid? How dare he mock Tian Wufa? Even if Tian Wufa had a one-armed man, he was still an ancient tycoon. Despicable, Aunt, what did you say? Tian Wufa roared. Back in the day, the Empress cut off your arm with a wave of her hand. Many years have passed, but the peerless Empress still lingers in my heart. Lin Feng laughed. I'll take your life. Tian Wufa was furious. He could hear Lin Feng's mockery. Tian Wufa guessed that Lin Feng had seen his arm cut off by the Empress. That was the pain in Tian Wufa's heart. It was something he never wanted to face. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, he was furious. Tian Wufa leapt towards Lin Feng, sending a palm strike at Lin Feng. Is that kid going to die? Many people cried out in alarm. Tian Wufa was an ancient tycoon. Because of his missing arm, he had been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the life and death realm. However, an ancient tycoon was still an ancient tycoon. Even an ancient tycoon at the first heavenly layer of the life and death realm could kill a creation realm cultivator as easily as crushing an ant. Eat my slap. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. He raised his right hand and slapped at Tian Wufa. He instantly broke through Tian Wufa's fist and slapped him in the face. Slap. With a resounding slap, Tian Fa was sent flying. He was flung hundreds of meters away. Countless spectating cultivators were dumbfounded. A young cultivator had sent an ancient tycoon flying with a slap. Was this a dream? Chapter 987. Ah! Tian Wufa roared at the sky. He was a powerhouse at the level of an ancient powerhouse, and now he was sent flying by a young cultivator. This was a great humiliation to him. Tian Wufa felt like the anger in his body was about to set him on fire. He charged at Lin Feng, roaring, "Kid, I'll take your life." Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and a supreme treasure appeared in Tian Wufa's hand. It was a flaming saber forged from blazing golden crystal. It was a mid-tier Dao treasure and very powerful. Tian Wufa used the frenzied blade 36 slashes, slashing at Lin Feng. Each slash was fiercer than the last. Each slash was more violent than the last. The saber light filled the sky, flooding toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Tian Wufa has even brought out a mid-tier Dao treasure. Many people exclaimed. Tian Wufa was clearly going all out. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He wielded the black dragon sword and slashed out. A dazzling sword light condensed, instantly breaking Tian Wufa's attack. Clang! The black dragon sword collided with Tian Wufa's mid-tier Dao treasure, the flaming saber. Tian Wufa felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His hands, which were holding the flaming saber, cracked from the impact, and blood flowed out. As for Tian Wufa, he was sent flying, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Slash! Lin Feng chased after him, wanting to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slay Tian Wufa. Many people were shocked and moved. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful as to kill Tian Wufa. If an ancient powerhouse died, it would cause a huge uproar like an earthquake. Tian Wufa's face was full of fear. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Feng's sword had already slashed down. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Tian Wufa, a cold light swept over. Clang! It was accompanied by a sonorous and dull sound of collision. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Feng was sent flying several hundred meters away and came to a stop with great difficulty. So, it's you aunt. A cold voice was heard as a young man who looked like a celestial emperor appeared. His feet stepped on the scorching sun, and his body was surrounded by endless divine light. He looked like an immortal god. He was obviously so young, but he gave people a feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. It was as if they were facing an antique that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Di Shengtian is here. Many people cried out in alarm. Di Shengtian. This was a name that could shock the world. He was one of the strongest geniuses in the 3,000 prefectures. It was rumored that Di Shengtian was the reincarnation of a heavenly god. The aura he was exuding now made people feel as though they were facing a heavenly god. Even cultivators with higher cultivation bases than him were trembling and had no choice but to retreat. Lin Feng looked at Di Shengtian gloomily. Back when Di Shengtian was looking for Zhuge Yi, he had looked down on Lin Feng. He had treated Lin Feng like an ant and forced him to reveal Zhuge Yi's whereabouts. If he didn't tell him, he would kill Lin Feng. Since then, Lin Feng and Di Shengtian had a grudge against each other. Buzz. Lin Feng didn't say much. He circulated his magic power with all his might. Then he poured it into the black dragon sword. Di Shengtian's sudden appearance made Lin Feng realize that there would be a battle today. That young cultivator wants to fight Di Shengtian? Isn't he courting death? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Many cultivators shook their heads. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. There were also some who felt that Lin Feng should run away. However, they were quickly refuted by others. After being targeted by someone like Di Shengtian, there was no way he could escape. If he wanted to escape, he would be killed by Di Shengtian mercilessly. Within 3 moves, "I'll kill you." Di Shengtian stepped forward with the divine god's battle spear in his hand. Divine light shot out from his body. He was domineering and didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Di Shengtian could even say that he would kill Lin Feng in 3 moves. This showed how much disdain and contempt Di Shengtian had for Lin Feng. We still don't know who will be killed. Lin Feng's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. He was in his strongest state. His 5 devouring martial spirits were circulating, increasing his strength to the maximum. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't hold back when fighting against an expert like Di Shengtian. Otherwise, he would die. "I have to say that you're stupid." Di Shengtian looked indifferent. The divine god's battle spear in his hand was aimed at Lin Feng. This spear was too terrifying. Even the void was torn apart by the force of the attack. Lin Feng activated the black dragon sword to block the attack. Clang! Di Xingtian's attack hit the black dragon sword hard. The black dragon sword and Lin Feng were both sent flying. Puff! Lin Feng spat out blood. His hands that were holding the black dragon sword were also torn apart. Blood flowed out. Di Xingtian's attack was unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng thought that he could fight against Di Xingtian after breaking through to the creation realm. But now he knew that he was wrong. The former Emperor Xingtian was also a monstrous existence that could challenge those of a higher cultivation level. Secondly, Di Xingtian's body and bloodline were not inferior to his. Thirdly, Di Xingtian had been lucky all these years. He had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many powerful super skills. Lastly, it was said that Di Xingtian was the reincarnation of a divine god. This was definitely not a baseless rumor. Di Xingtian must have mastered some extremely powerful skills. That was why there were such rumors. After Di Xingtian sent Lin Feng flying with his spear, he soared into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. He covered a distance of a few hundred meters in an instant and stabbed his spear towards Lin Feng. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He swung his sword in an attempt to block Di Xingtian's attack. However, Di Xingtian suddenly changed his move in midair. The attack that was originally aimed at Lin Feng turned into a whip towards Lin Feng. Just like the first move, he used the divine god battle spear in his hand as a stick. An ant like you doesn't even have the right to make me use my spear techniques. I can kill you with the simplest moves. Di Xingtian said disdainfully. Just as he said, Di Xingtian's moves were simple. The first move was a whip towards Lin Feng. The second move was also a whip towards Lin Feng. Di Xingtian didn't even use any other moves. He only used the basic move of the spear, whip. It was obvious how much he despised Lin Feng. Bang! The second spear hit Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's body was falling towards the Milky Way. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't fly in this space. Lin Feng twisted his waist and tried to jump onto the platform. Get lost, Di Xingtian said coldly. He had already jumped over and struck Lin Feng with his spear again. Lin Feng lost control of his body and fell towards the Milky Way like a meteorite falling from the sky. Plop! His body fell into the Milky Way. Within the Milky Way, huge waves rose to the sky and drowned Lin Feng. Chapter 988. He's fallen into the Milky Way. He's dead for sure, isn't he? Many people cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Lin Feng, who had defeated Tian Wufa, could definitely be considered a top genius. Such a person would definitely be dazzling in the future. But now, that day wouldn't come. No cultivator who fell into the Milky Way could come out alive. Naturally, they didn't think Lin Feng would be lucky. Since the beginning of time, there have been countless geniuses, but those who have truly matured and become Zun cultivators are extremely rare. That's because at any moment geniuses rise and geniuses fall. Some cultivators sighed. Perhaps they had seen such situations too many times in their long years of cultivation. They were already used to it. Lin Feng was sucked into the Milky Way. Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Feng, as if they had smelled blood. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. When a cultivator fell into the Milky Way, their movements would be greatly restricted. Lin Feng was no exception. He felt like he couldn't move. He could only watch as the beasts pounced on him. Lin Feng circulated the archaic, dragon-esque elephant art, trying to regain his mobility. But he realized that even the archaic, dragon-esque elephant art was useless now. Am I really going to become food for these beasts? Lin Feng's face was slightly pale. He naturally didn't want to die at the hands of these beasts. But there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do now. Right, the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Lin Feng suddenly thought of this divine ability. The 5 Emperor Dragon Fists, Black Emperor Water Dragon. Fists belonged to the 5 elements of water. The Black Emperor was a paragon who controlled the great Tao of water. The Milky Way. It was formed by the condensed power of endless stars. It had long since turned into liquid. In theory, it would still be restricted by the Black Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly used the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fists. Lin Feng had already cultivated the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fists to great success. After the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist was unleashed, the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist was unleashed. In an instant, a water dragon appeared beneath Lin Feng's feet, and a Saint King appeared behind him. The Black Emperor and the water dragon appeared. Suddenly, the pressure on Lin Feng was greatly reduced. Originally, he couldn't move in the Star River, but now he could move again. One by one, the star beasts pounced over. Lin Feng punched out one punch after another. What he used was the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist. When this lost art was used in the Milky Way, its power was much stronger than when it was used outside. Bang, bang. Lin Feng blasted the star beasts away one by one. However, these star beasts were hidden in the galaxy, so their combat power was even more tyrannical. Although they were blasted away by Lin Feng, these star beasts didn't suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Lin Feng's attacks made these star beasts even angrier and more violent. A group of ferocious beasts pounced over again. Then they opened their bloody mouths and condensed a powerful innate ability to attack. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If it was only a few star beasts, it would be easier. However, it was too difficult to deal with such a large group of star beasts. These star beasts sealed off Lin Feng's path. Now, Lin Feng could only dive down. Facing the attack of a group of star beasts, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He quickly rushed down. However, the attacks of the star beasts hit empty air. The star beasts let out angry roars and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was also extremely fast. He quickly moved through the Star River. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation surged out from the deepest part of the Star River. Then, a cloud of black fog that blotted out the sky quickly surged out. Within the black fog, a huge demonic hand appeared. That demonic hand grabbed at Lin Feng. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to avoid the demonic hand, but Lin Feng failed. He was caught by the demonic hand. The demonic hand quickly retreated to the deepest part of the Star River. The Great Formation. Lin Feng was shocked. The demonic hand threw Lin Feng into the Great Formation and then dissipated. Lin Feng looked around and saw that there were all kinds of corpses piled up here. They should be cultivators who entered the Great Formation for various reasons and were then trapped inside. In the distance, Lin Feng saw some cultivators who seemed to have lost themselves and were walking into the distance. The entire Great Formation was extremely huge. Lin Feng guessed that perhaps the bottom of the Star River was covered by the Great Formation. Lin Feng chased after them. He arrived in front of a few cultivators and wanted to wake them up. However, he found that no matter how he called out to them, they couldn't wake up. At this time, Lin Feng also discovered something terrifying. His connection with all his Dharma treasures had been cut off. He couldn't even get in touch with the dragon rabbit. There's something wrong with this Great Formation. These cultivators are trapped here and are still walking aimlessly. It seems like they're only left with their subconscious. Lin Feng frowned. The Great Formation was too strange. These cultivators were lost. their subconscious, was deducing a way to leave the Great Formation. Unless they could deduce the correct way, they wouldn't be able to leave the Great Formation until they died. Lin Feng wanted to break the Great Formation here, but he had no clue. The Great Formation here was too advanced. It had already surpassed Lin Feng's understanding of great formations. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng gradually lost himself, although he tried hard to keep himself awake. However, he couldn't do it. He also became one of the cultivators at the bottom of the Great Formation, walking aimlessly at the bottom of the Star River. He could only deduce the way out based on his subconscious. In the outside world, the battle between Lin Feng and Di Shengtian had spread like wildfire. Many people knew that Di Shengtian had killed a peerless genius. Some of the cultivators who had seen Lin Feng felt pity, some gloated, and some did not have any reaction. However, some people were worried about Lin Feng's safety. Li Yingdai, her master Duan Hongxiu, and the others were originally in the Star River. After hearing the news of Lin Feng's death, they came to the depths of the Star River. That young cultivator is not simple. Even Tian Wufa, who is in the life and death realm, is not his match. Di Shengtian is too strong. He only used 2 moves to send Tian Wufa into the Star River. I'm afraid that Tian Wufa has already been eaten by the star beasts. Many people were still talking about the battle. How could this be? Lin Feng, you died so miserably. Li Yingdai cried like a weeping beauty. Duan Hongxiu stood not far away, and the corner of her mouth curved into a cold arc. In the other direction stood a black-clothed young man. It was Dishi Xian. After hearing the news, he rushed over. Dishi Xian looked at the Star River. Through the blood oath, he could vaguely feel that Lin Feng was still alive. Chapter 989. At the bottom of the galaxy, without knowing how much time had passed, Lin Feng was still in a lost state. He had lost himself. His soul was in a deep sleep, and only his subconscious was moving. Because his body had not been nourished for a long time, he had become as thin as a log. However, his aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. In fact, the cultivators trapped by the Great Array were all in the same situation as Lin Feng, although the Great Array trapped them and made them lose themselves. However, there was also something extraordinary about the Great Array. That was, it could continuously devour the power of the sun, moon, and stars, and the cultivators trapped in it could not actively absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. However, in such an environment with such rich power of the sun, moon, and stars, there was still a large amount of power of the sun, moon, and stars being absorbed by their bodies. Therefore, the strength of these cultivators trapped at the bottom of the galaxy had been increasing, especially their soul power. The increase was even more significant, but unfortunately, they had not absorbed any nutrients for a long time, and their bodies were getting thinner and thinner. If not for the fact that they were powerful cultivators, they would have starved to death long ago. Lin Feng seemed to be no different from the others. Every day, he would go around in the Great Array at the bottom of the galaxy. The only difference was that Lin Feng's hands, under the control of his subconscious, were constantly changing all kinds of seals. These seals were all array formation techniques, and they were unfathomable. Lin Feng would also stop from time to time, and then under the control of his subconscious, he would deduce the array formation technique to break the Great Array at the bottom of the galaxy. However, every time he would end in failure. At the bottom of the galaxy, even a cultivator who originally knew nothing about arrays could probably become an array formation expert. This was because the laws here controlled everyone to constantly deduce all kinds of arrays while they were in a lost state. Lin Feng, who was already a heaven stage spirit array master, was now deducing all kinds of arrays thousands of times every day. Of course, all of this was done subconsciously. As time passed, Lin Feng's body became thinner and thinner. His footsteps also became staggered. Many of the cultivators who were originally with him had already fallen on the road and died. They would turn into bones here and drown in it forever. As for Lin Feng, he was still bitterly persevering. The speed at which his hands formed the array formation's incantation became faster and faster. In the beginning, Lin Feng's hand seals were relatively simple, but as time passed, his hand seals became more and more complicated. Go to the back. Lin Feng's constantly changing hand seals even turned into many formations passed down from the celestial master Taoism. The inheritance of the celestial master path was even more mysterious. This orthodoxy was known as the world's oldest and most profound inheritance of spiritual array masters. The various formations were also extremely shocking. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng repeated the array formation of the celestial master path that he had memorized in his mind every day. It even included other inheritances of the celestial master sect, such as the 8 seals of the forbidden gods. Day after day, 3 months, 6 months, Lin Feng seemed to have cultivated all the inheritances of the celestial master Taoism to the extreme under the control of this subconscious. In Lin Feng's mind, a book was condensed. That book was a stone scripture. The supreme holy artifact of the celestial masters was the stone scripture. Born by heaven and earth, it recorded all the legacies of the celestial masters. However, the stone scripture had been lost. As a result, the inheritance of the celestial master path had become incomplete. Now that the stone scripture condensed in Lin Feng's mind, it was naturally not the real stone scripture. This was the imprint of the celestial master path. In the ancient legends and myths, there was such a saying: the holy artifact of the celestial master path, the stone scripture, could communicate with the descendants of the celestial master path. Any successor of the celestial master path who was recognized by the stone scripture would condense the imprint of the celestial master path in his mind. This imprint of the celestial master path was the appearance of the celestial master path's holy artifact, the stone scripture. In the future, the successor of the celestial master path might be able to rely on the imprint of the celestial master path in his mind to find the whereabouts of the holy artifact, the stone scripture. The stone scripture in Lin Feng's mind began to slowly unfold. Phantoms appeared on the stone scripture, one after another. There were a total of 36 phantoms. These were the 36th generation of successors of the celestial master path. Now, Lin Feng's aura was also imprinted on the stone scripture. The 37th phantom appeared on the stone scripture. One could vaguely see that the phantom had some similarities with Lin Feng. It was the phantom of Lin Feng that was imprinted on the stone scripture. On the last page of the stone scripture, a paragraph of text appeared. 37th generation successor of the celestial master path. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 24 years old. Bloodline: immortal god blood. Sovereign emperor blood. Origin: descendant of the immortal god race and the sovereign emperor race. Achievement: learned the 8 seals of the divine restriction and the 321 great formations of the celestial master path. Immediately after, the words that appeared on the stone scripture completely disappeared. This was the celestial master path. It was a lineage that was so strange that it was unimaginable. The stone scripture condensed in Lin Feng's mind actually revealed something that even Lin Feng did not know about. There seemed to be a trace of mysterious fate involved in this. Boom. The stone scripture suddenly shook. The great formation in front of Lin Feng cracked. Lin Feng subconsciously walked forward and entered a star cave. This star cave was not simple, because there was a pool of spirit liquid in the star cave. This kind of spirit liquid would occasionally appear in the outside world, but each time it appeared, it would only be a drop or a few drops. This spirit liquid was the Star River Divine Liquid. It was the most precious treasure in the galaxy. It was rumored that it had fused with the origin of the Star River Emperor. In the outside world, one might not be able to see a drop of Star River Divine Liquid for a long time, but there was an entire pool of it here. Lin Feng entered the pool and sat cross-legged. The 5 devouring martial souls in his body started to circulate on their own. Lin Feng began to devour the Star River Divine Liquid in the pool. A large amount of Star River Divine Liquid was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's skinny body quickly recovered. Moreover, a layer of old skin was shed, and the new skin was as delicate as a baby's. Lin Feng's cultivation rose all the way. Originally, he was only at the first layer of the creation realm. In the end, he reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the creation realm before stopping. Lin Feng's soul power rose from the 1st layer of the life and death realm to the peak of the 4th layer of the life and death realm. At this time, there was still more than half of the pool of Star River Divine Liquid left. Under the control of the hidden meaning, Lin Feng collected all the Star River Divine Liquid. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, rushing out of the great array. From time to time, star beasts would pounce on Lin Feng, but when they sensed the terrifying aura in Lin Feng's body, they would flee in all directions. Swoosh! Finally, Lin Feng rushed out and landed on the platform outside. There were many cultivators here. Everyone was cultivating when they suddenly saw Lin Feng jump out of the Star River. They were all shocked, but they quickly regained their composure. It's him. A year ago, Di Shengtian smashed the Star River into the ground. He actually came out alive. Look at his eyes. They are completely lost. What did he go through? Some cultivators exclaimed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk soon. Some cultivators attacked Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and take away Lin Feng's storage ring. Killing people to steal treasures was too common. If Lin Feng was still a normal person, these people would naturally not dare to attack him. However, now that Lin Feng was lost, they were no longer afraid. Moreover, after a year, Lin Feng had actually come out alive from the bottom of the Star River. Everyone knew that Lin Feng definitely had a great opportunity at the bottom of the Star River. Now was the best time to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Lin Feng did not move. It was as if he did not know that these people wanted to kill him. The terrifying attacks were about to tear Lin Feng's body into pieces. Chapter 990. Clang. At the critical moment, a cold sword appeared in front of Lin Feng. With a sudden sweep, sword chi vibrated and shot out. Streaks of sword chi broke through the other party's attacks and forced everyone back. Dishi Xian held a long sword and appeared in front of Lin Feng. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Kid, who are you? How dare you stop us? A group of experts shouted angrily. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Now that they were stopped, their hearts were filled with anger. If you dare to come forward, kill. Dishi Xian's voice was cold. His personality was not good with words. It was impossible to make these greedy people retreat. You're courting death. Let's attack together and kill this brat. A cultivator said coldly. Dishi Xian protected Lin Feng. Behind him. Behind them was the torrential Star River. They did not need to worry about being attacked from the front and back. Dishi Xian held a long sword and attacked these people. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal clashing sounds were heard. In the void, sparks shot out everywhere. Dishi Xian clashed with these experts. Puff, puff. Dishi Xian's sword was very fast as lightning. Cultivators were constantly stabbed to death by Dishi Xian. However, there were too many opponents. Dishi Xian's body was also left with deep wounds. This battle was extremely tragic from the beginning. Both sides did not hold back and directly used their ultimate killing moves. There were cold corpses lying on the ground. Dishi Xian had long been covered in blood. Many people were frightened by Dishi Xian's killing. What are you afraid of? He's just one person, and he won't be able to hold on for long. He's so powerful at such a young age, and I think he's the same as the kid he's protecting. He must have many secrets. As long as we can kill him, those secrets will be ours. A cultivator sneered, encouraging even more cultivators to participate in this battle. There were many cultivators on this platform in the depths of the Star River. Naturally, not all of them participated in the battle between Dishi Xian and Lin Feng. Many people stood in the distance and watched. Many of them shook their heads, thinking that what Dishi Xian did was really stupid. How could he fight against so many powerful cultivators by himself? More and more cultivators attacking Dishi Xian and Lin Feng died. Finally, someone said unwillingly, "Brat, how much blood do you have? If you leave now, I'll spare your life." These people surely wanted to kill Dishi Xian as well. However, Dishi Xian's life force was way too strong, which made them tremble in fear. "My life, my blood, I will only protect one person." Dishi Xian's body was already shaking, but he still didn't flinch. "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't give him a chance to breathe," a cultivator said coldly. The attacks of these cultivators were becoming more and more violent. Dishi Xian was about to die as well. "Heavenly law's embodiment of earth." Dishi Xian shouted coldly. He condensed his heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth, only to see black fog rolling in the void. Within the black fog, a terrifying existence appeared. This existence had 9 blood-red eyes. His body was shrouded in darkness, and he held a pitch-black hammer in his hand. No one knew what kind of existence this was. He was like a terrifying demon god, and his demonic aura enveloped the world. He held the hammer and smashed it at the people around him. Dishi Xian's heavenly law's embodiment of earth was very powerful, and it sent cultivators flying. There were also people who used their heavenly law's embodiment of earth. All kinds of heavenly law's embodiment of earth appeared and clashed with Dishi Xian's heavenly law's embodiment of earth. However, Dishi Xian's heavenly law's embodiment of earth was too powerful. Many cultivators' heavenly law's embodiment of earth were broken, and the hammer in his hand smashed down, turning cultivators with decent strength into minced meat. What a powerful heavenly law's embodiment of earth. The cultivators who were watching from afar were very shocked. Dishi Xian's heavenly law's embodiment of earth was very shocking, and many people were moved. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light swept over. It was filled with endless penetrative power, and it instantly pierced through Dishi Xian's heavenly law's embodiment of earth. Pooh! This spear directly pierced through Dishi Xian's chest. The person who attacked was a young cultivator. Although he was young, his strength was abnormally strong. "Qiu Minjia!" Someone cried out. This person had a great origin and was a top genius of the immemorial divine sect. In the past, Lin Feng had killed Dugu Xian, who was one of the top geniuses of the immemorial divine sect. However, Dugu Xian's ranking was still below Qiu Minjia's. Qiu Minjia's attack was indeed terrifying. He held the spear in his right hand and was about to lift Dishi Xian up. Dishi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He slashed out with his right hand, and the sword light swept towards Qiu Minjia. Qiu Minjia frowned and had no choice but to dodge. He pulled out the spear that had pierced through Dishi Xian's chest. Blood immediately spurted out. Dishi Xian knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Mingjia is worthy of being a top genius of the immemorial divine sect. He's really powerful. Someone sighed. Xiao Mingjia's cultivation base had already surpassed many of the older generation's experts. He had a very high reputation in the entire martial heaven continent. Xiao Mingjia's cold gaze swept over Lin Feng. This child has long since entered my immemorial divine sect's must-kill list. I just didn't think he'd lose himself. Killing such a person is a disgrace to my status. Many people's hearts shook. From Xiao Mingjia's words, it seemed that Lin Feng had some enmity with the immemorial divine sect. However, they didn't know what kind of enmity it was. Xiao Mingjia retreated and stood in the distance, no longer attacking. Just as he said, killing Lin Feng was a disgrace to him. Kill. The other cultivators didn't care about that, and they once again attacked. Die. Dishi Xian crawled up from the ground with difficulty and swung his sword. However, his attack's power had greatly decreased. Under the joint attack of so many cultivators, Dishi Xian's sword chi was instantly broken. Puff. Many cultivators' attacks swept over Dishi Xian's body, directly tearing his body apart. There were many wounds on Dishi Xian's body that revealed his white bones. A foolishly loyal person. It's a pity to die like this. A cultivator in the distance looked at Dishi Xian and sighed. Die. At least a dozen cultivators sneered, and all kinds of powerful magic treasures attacked Dishi Xian. Today, Dishi Xian no longer had the strength to resist. He used the last of his strength to stand up, and his body was in front of Lin Feng. Even if he died, even if he had to block the last attack for his master, this was what Dishi Xian was determined to protect in his heart. Even if he and Lin Feng only had a master and servant relationship of 15 years. However, for Lin Feng, he didn't hesitate to give up his life. Thank you for your hard work. Just when everyone's attacks were about to hit Dishi Xian's body, a voice came from behind Dishi Xian. Lin Feng, who was originally in a daze and had completely lost himself, regained his clarity. A terrifying killing intent that could shake the 9 heavens and destroy the world suddenly emitted from Lin Feng's body. Kacha kacha, that terrifying killing intent spread out, and all kinds of magic treasures were directly dismembered in midair. Chapter 991. He's awake. Cries of alarm could be heard. Many cultivators quickly retreated, their faces pale. Many people knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Now that Lin Feng had awakened, it was naturally not a good thing. However, some cultivators sneered and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We have so many people. Can't we deal with this kid? Let's attack together and destroy him." This cultivator's words were echoed by many people, and many of them became more courageous. There were hundreds of cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and Dishi Xian. Now that Dishi Xian was no longer able to fight, with such a large number of people, no matter how one looked at it, there was no need to worry. Swoosh! Lin Feng moved. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in the middle of the crowd. He arrived in front of the cultivator, who had instigated the crowd to attack, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror, his body trembling violently. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to rush into the crowd and capture him in the blink of an eye. "Spare me," the cultivator begged. Crack! In the next moment, Lin Feng broke his neck. "Kill this kid," a cultivator shouted and took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. Then more and more cultivators attacked. Sword chi, saber chi. Swoosh! Lin Feng attacked, and the sword chi and saber chi filled the sky. Along with the sound of flesh being torn apart, cultivators were killed by Lin Feng one after another. The casualties were extremely heavy. No one could survive Lin Feng's attack. The corpses on the ground fell one after another. Many people screamed in horror and quickly retreated. Lin Feng did not intend to let these people go. He rushed forward like a god of death. Swoosh, swoosh. Cultivators' heads flew into the sky. I'm from the Empty Dao sect. If you dare to kill me, a cultivator threatened loudly, but before he could finish, his head flew into the sky. I'm from the Water Moon sect. Pooh, the head moved. Lin Feng didn't care where these cultivators came from. All he knew was that they had tried to kill him before, and he almost killed Dishi Xian. That was enough. Even if these people died 100 times, it would still be difficult to eliminate the killing intent in Lin Feng's heart. The surrounding onlookers stared with gaping mouths. There were so many cultivators there, and there was no lack of experts among them. And yet, in the face of Lin Feng's attack, they could not even withstand a single blow. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. However, all of this was really happening before their eyes. Lin Feng was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. Hundreds of corpses lay on the ground. All the cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. The blood flowed into the Star River, attracting many star beasts to wander around. Many star beasts eyed the corpses on the shore covetously. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked coldly at Qiu Mingjia. Very good. Now you're qualified for me to kill you. Qiu Mingjia's expression was indifferent. This person was extremely arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. Qiu Mingjia had a special bloodline, and his talent was monstrous. Such a person was as dazzling as the stars, high and mighty, respected by the world. Boom! Qiu Mingjia's body emitted a powerful force. The aura in his body became more and more powerful. Qiu Mingjia was using the force to increase his battle strength. Fist can suppress mountains and rivers. Martial arts can break the universe. Qiu Mingjia's fist suppressed the mountains and rivers. The martial arts broke the universe and directly suppressed Lin Feng. The sky was filled with fist shadows. It enveloped the entire area. Many people were shocked. Qiu Mingjia's divine power was really powerful. He condensed the will of the fist and attacked Lin Feng. Many people whispered secretly, wondering if Lin Feng could withstand Qiu Mingjia's attack. Star plucking art. Lin Feng stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, as if he could pluck the stars in the outer space. The star-plucking hand. In the void, a huge palm appeared and grabbed towards Qiu Mingjia. Qiu Mingjia's divine power was broken in a flash. The gigantic hand condensed from the ancient star-plucking art was about to grab Qiu Mingjia. You dare to boast shamelessly before me with such strength, said Lin Feng indifferently. Qiu Mingjia looked glum. He quickly retreated and dodged Lin Feng's star-plucking art. It's just the beginning, said Qiu Mingjia coldly. His body turned into a deadly qi. That deadly qi tore through the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Body turning into deadly qi was a very strange technique. It could turn one's body into a substance. Qiu Mingjia had obviously fused his will into his qi. I'll break your qi, said Lin Feng aggressively. He threw a punch, death strength twinkling around his fist. Boom! He punched forward. Qiu Mingjia's qi collided with Qiu Mingjia's qi. In a flash, Qiu Mingjia's qi was blown away and turned back into his real body. You're too weak. I'm disappointed. Lin Feng took a step forwards and punched Qiu Mingjia again. Qiu Mingjia was blown away. Arg! Qiu Mingjia coughed up blood. His face was pale. Many people couldn't believe it. Chiu Mingjie had shown during the last battle of the young geniuses. He was terrifyingly strong, but now he was being crushed. He's much stronger than a year ago when he fought against Di Xingtian, said a cultivator. He had seen the battle between Lin Feng and Di Xingtian a year ago. Li Long blood, roared Chiu Mingjie. He had awakened his blood. In a flash, he turned into a half-dragon man. A half-dragon man had a human body, but his body was covered with dragon scales. His head was that of a dragon's. That was Chiu Mingjie's Li Long blood. After awakening his special blood, Chiu Mingjie's strength kept increasing. He smiled ferociously and said, "Little boy, you forced me to awaken my blood. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart." Chiu Mingjie roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. After turning into a half-dragon man, Chiu Mingjie's cultivation had increased tremendously. Boom! He punched out, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted. Wherever Chiu Mingjie's fist passed, cracks would appear in the void. Chiu Mingjie's attack was really powerful. The Li Long blood is one of the most terrifying branches of the dragon race. Chiu Mingjie's strength has reached an unimaginable level after awakening his Li Long blood. A cultivator cried out in alarm. The Li Long blood can not only increase one's strength. I heard that it also has some terrifying abilities, but I don't know what they are. Another cultivator said, any bloodline that was related to the dragon naturally couldn't be an ordinary bloodline. Little boy, die. Chiu Mingjie, who had transformed into a half-dragon man, was filled with killing intent. His terrifying fist was already heading towards Lin Fan. Chapter 992. Lin Feng looked indifferent, even in the face of Chiu Mingjie, who had activated his Li Long bloodline. He was still calm and collected. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch. Clang! A dull collision was heard. The two of them fiercely collided. Then everyone saw that Lin Feng stood still while Chiu Mingjie, who had activated his Li Long bloodline, was sent flying by a punch. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that this battle would turn out like this. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. But now, it appeared to be one-sided. It was really inconceivable. Chiu Mingjie couldn't accept it. His eyes were gloomy. He had activated his Li Long bloodline and was still suppressed like this. It was a huge blow to his confidence. Lin Feng stepped forward. Without saying anything, he waved his right fist and threw another punch. Chiu Mingjie quickly retreated, but it was too late to do so. Lin Feng had already rushed forward and threw a fierce punch at Chiu Mingjie. Chiu Mingjie had to block it. Bang! The two of them collided again. Crack! Crack! Chiu Mingjie's arm was broken. Oh my God, that kid is too fierce. Chiu Mingjie has turned into a half-dragon and has infinite strength. But now he is being suppressed. Many cultivators exclaimed. They were deeply shocked. Pitifully weak, Lin Fengluan raised his right fist and punched again. It was extremely powerful. Li Long claw. Chiu Mingjie shouted coldly. He condensed a new attack. Every special bloodline had a special ability, and this Li Long claw was a special ability obtained after activating the special bloodline. In the void, a grayish-brown claw condensed. It was the Li Long claw. The Li Long claw suddenly grabbed. Cracks appeared in the void as a result of the clawing. This showed how terrifying this attack was. Break! Lin Feng shouted coldly. The three forces in his body. White tiger killing intent. Heaven punishing fighting intent. Battle force. At the same time, all of them erupted. With the three potentials superimposed, Lin Feng's battle prowess skyrocketed. He punched forward again, and his fist seemed to have turned into a giant hammer. It came crashing down with a violent force. Immediately after, a tearing sound could be heard. The scarlet dragon claw was instantly pierced through by Lin Feng's punch. Then Lin Feng's punch did not slow down and continued to smash towards Qiu Mingjie. This punch made Qiu Mingjie feel the aura of death. Qiu Mingjie's body trembled violently. He cried out in fear, "Brat, do you really want to become enemies with my high divine sect? Perhaps we can sit down and talk and turn hostility into friendship. Didn't you already fight to the death a long time ago? Is there still a possibility of negotiation?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That tyrannical punch had already landed. This punch was like a heavy hammer that landed on Qiu Mingjie's body. Qiu Mingjie's half-dragon body couldn't withstand it and exploded, dying on the spot. Everyone looked absent-mindedly at the handsome young man in ragged clothes. This person was too strong. Even a peak-level genius like Qiu Mingjie was killed. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian didn't stay and quickly left. Soon, the news of what happened here spread. In the depths of an ancient forest, Di Shengtian heard the news and opened his eyes. He didn't die after falling into the Milky Way. This ant's life is really tough. Tian Wufa gritted his teeth and said, "Then what do we do now?" "Let him live for a few more days," Di Shengtian said, and closed his eyes again. He didn't die. Lin Feng didn't die. Li Yingdai was extremely excited when she heard the news. Duan Hongxiu's eyes became extremely cold. In a valley, Lin Feng and Dishi Xian were resting. Dishi Xian's injuries were very serious. He didn't have Lin Feng's physique, so his injuries could only be healed with spirit herbs. Lin Feng didn't lack spirit herbs, so he took out a 50,000-year-old king herb and fed it to Dishi Xian. Dishi Xian's injuries quickly recovered, but his body was still weak. His injuries were easy to heal, but his weak body needed time to recover. Dishi Xian recuperated for 3 days and recovered about 60 to 70% of his strength. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian left. "Why do I feel like there are fewer people on this planet?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dishi Xian said, "Someone discovered the planet's teleportation array, and many people are using it to go to other planets." Lin Feng nodded. In the past year, many resources on this planet had decreased rapidly. It was normal for cultivators to set their eyes on other planets that hadn't been explored yet. There were many planets with life in this galaxy, so there was bound to be good things on other planets. "Do you know where the teleportation array is?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, Master, follow me," Dishi Xian said. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the teleportation array with Dishi Xian. On the way, Lin Feng and Dishi Xian saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting, and one of them had suffered heavy casualties. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to pay attention to it. This was the law of the world of cultivators. Killing and robbing were everywhere, so he didn't have the time to care about other people's business. Moreover, other people's life and death had nothing to do with him. When Lin Feng and Dishi Xian were about to leave, a trembling voice came from the direction of the battle. Are you Lin Feng?" Hearing this voice, Lin Feng frowned slightly because this voice was somewhat familiar. He turned around and saw that more than a dozen cultivators had already been killed among the encircled cultivators. There were still 3 cultivators who were struggling to hold on, and the one who spoke was a young woman around 30 years old, Dan Taixian. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Even though many years had passed, Lin Feng still recognized Dan Taixian when he saw her again. When Lin Feng went to look for the purple earthcore fire, he narrowly escaped death in the land of death. He had spent a short time with Dan Taixian and Ji Yuhan, and the 3 of them left the land of death together. One night, they hid in a very small cave to avoid the terrifying creatures that came out of the land of death at night. Lin Feng and Dan Taixien had sex that night. Since they parted, Lin Feng hadn't seen Dan Taixien again. He didn't even know where the woman he had sex with that night came from or what force she was from. The only thing Lin Feng knew was that the woman was called Dan Taixien. Many years later, Lin Feng didn't expect that he would see Dan Taixien again when he was training in outer space. Puff! A tearing sound was heard, and the two cultivators beside Dan Taixien were killed. Die! A tall and sturdy cultivator with a long saber waved his saber and slashed at Dan Taixien. Dan Taishuan's face was pale and filled with despair. Chapter 993. Clang! Just when Dan Taixien thought that she was going to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and flicked his right hand. The burly cultivator with the long saber was immediately sent flying. What a powerful kid! A middle-aged cultivator in the group looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a bit scared of that cultivator's cultivation level. Surprisingly, he was a strong cultivator from the ancient times. My lord, I can kill that kid with my neck slash. The burly cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng felt that he had lost face and couldn't help but speak fiercely. He raised the long saber in his hand and was about to attack Lin Feng again. Stop, you're not his match, the middle-aged cultivator said. The burly cultivator was very unconvinced, but he didn't dare to go against the middle-aged cultivator's words. There were a total of 12 people in this group. They were obviously too strong because the two groups of cultivators had fought, and the ones who died were all cultivators on Dan Taishuan's side. On their side, there wasn't even a single person who was injured, let alone dead. Are you all right? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Dan Taixien. Dan Taixien was even a little absent-minded. She thought that she was definitely going to die this time, but she didn't expect to survive. Moreover, the person who saved her was Lin Feng. This was a man she would never forget. Dan Taixien subconsciously shook her head. Why are these people trying to kill you? Lin Feng asked. We have a batch of star-extinguishing stones, and these people want to snatch them from us. Dan Taixien said. The star-extinguishing stone was a kind of stone formed when a star was extinguished. This stone was very special and contained destructive energy. Not only could it be used to forge the best Tao artifacts, but it could also be used to absorb the destructive energy in the star-extinguishing stone to increase the power of the Tao artifacts. For example, if one cultivated the great art of destruction, one could absorb the destructive energy in the star-extinguishing stone. The power of the great art of destruction would be greatly increased. Since he knew that these people were here for the star-extinguishing stone, Lin Feng quickly took action and collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators. There must be a star-extinguishing stone inside. Brat, you're courting death. The group of cultivators who were eyeing Lin Feng covetously roared. Immediately, 5 to 6 cultivators charged towards Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng shouted coldly and swept out a palm. Bang, bang, bang. One cultivator after another was sent flying dozens of meters away. Lin Feng did not take all of the storage rings. He left half of them behind, then looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and said, We'll split them equally. Do you have any objections? The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, No problem. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Dishi Xian and Dan Taixien. My lord, why didn't you kill that brat? He took away half of the star annihilation stone. One of the cultivators asked doubtfully. He has the right to take it, the middle-aged cultivator said. The rest of the people were shocked. Qualified to take it away? Does master mean that he recognizes the young cultivator's strength? Could it be that that fellow already possessed a strength that even his excellency was afraid of? When they thought of this, the cultivators could not help but be shocked. No, Wonder Master did not make a move. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. That young cultivator was so strong at such a young age. How strong would he be in the future? It was obvious that Master did not want to become enemies with him for the star-extinguishing stone. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Dan Taixien looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This strength is nothing." Then he asked, "Are you hurt?" Dan Taixien felt a warm feeling in her heart. She shook her head and said, "I'm not hurt." Lin Feng saw that Dan Taixien was not sad. He guessed that the dead cultivators were most likely a temporary exploration team with Dan Taixien. Such temporary teams could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng asked around, and it was as he had guessed. Dan Taixien and those cultivators had temporarily explored a dangerous place and found a star-extinguishing stone. They divided the star-extinguishing stone among themselves, and when they left, they ran into the group of cultivators just now. The other party was too strong. They ran all the way, but they could not escape. In the end, they fought to the death, but it was a one-sided massacre. If Lin Feng had not come, Dan Taixien would have been killed by the sword. At night, the three of them found a cave to rest. Dishi Xian walked out, and no one knew where he went. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Dishi Xian probably saw that his relationship with Dan Taixien was not ordinary, so he deliberately avoided him. When only Lin Feng and Dan Taixien were left, the atmosphere became a little strange. Lin Feng asked, "How have you been all these years?" Dan Taixien said faintly, "It's not good or bad. Survival is not easy, and the world of cultivators is very cruel. Looks like you've been through a lot." Lin Feng looked at Dan Taixien. She was as beautiful as always. She had a voluptuous figure, long legs, a slender waist, fair skin, and an oval face. Her facial features were exquisite, and she looked a little charming. A woman like her was naturally very charming. Dan Taixien said, "There will always be some undesirable things in life, but difficulties will always pass. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Could the pleasant surprise be about meeting me?" Dan Taixuan's face turned slightly red, but she did not reply. Lin Feng leaned over and put his right hand around Dan Taixuan's slender waist. "What do you want to do?" Dan Taixuan's voice was trembling, and she was struggling slightly. However, she seemed to want to reject him. She had done it with Lin Feng before, so her body was not too resistant to this kind of contact. However, as a woman, she was still a little shy. "I'm not doing anything. I just want to chat." As Dan Taixien cried out in surprise, Lin Feng picked her up by the waist and walked into the depths of the cave. Not long after, sounds that made people blush and their hearts race could be heard from the depths of the cave. The next day, Lin Feng, Dan Taixien, and Dishi Xian headed towards the planet's teleportation formation. 5 days later, they arrived. There were many cultivators gathered here. The planet's teleportation formation was under someone's control. If one wanted to use it to leave, they would have to pay a huge price. Many cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but the other party was too strong. There was an ancient powerhouse guarding the place. "Cousin," suddenly, 2 surprised voices came from not far away. A 17 or 18-year-old girl and a young man around the same age were very excited when they saw Dan Taixien. Ping, and Dan Taixien was also very happy when she saw them. "Cousin, we've been looking for you so hard." The girl was so excited that she was jumping and jumping. The young man was much calmer. "I've been looking for you too. Thank the heavens, you're fine." Dan Taixian sighed in relief. Are these two brothers training with my cousin? The young man looked at Lin Feng and Dishi Xian. Dishi Xian's expression was cold, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Lin Feng nodded. Dan Taixian introduced them. The young man was called Zhao Yangan, and the girl was called Zhao Yangping. They were cousins with Dan Taixian. This time, they entered the star trial together. However, when they entered the planet, they were teleported to different places. The planet was so huge that they could not find each other. Chapter 994. Over the past year, Dan Taixian and the Zhao siblings had naturally missed and worried about each other. Now that they had finally met, they couldn't help but exchange greetings. Both of them talked about their experiences over the past year. It was obvious that both the Zhao siblings and Dan Taixian only reported the good news and not the bad news. The Zhao siblings' cultivation was much higher than Dan Taixian's. The elder sister, Zhao Yangping, was at the third heaven of the Yin-Yang realm, while the younger brother, Zhao Yangan, was at the fifth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. At their age, they could be considered geniuses to have such a powerful cultivation. As for Dan Taixian, she was only at the second heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. Her talent could only be considered average. Cousin, we have something good for you, Zhao Yangping said softly. Dan Taixian asked in surprise. Something good? What is it? We don't know what it is either, but this thing contains pure energy. This energy can allow one's magic power to recover quickly, Zhao Yangan said softly. Zhao Yangan said softly. He took out a jade green stone and handed it to Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian observed it for a while, but couldn't recognize what the jade green stone was. She handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it and revealed a shocked expression. This jade green stone was called Jade Leaf Stone. It was an extremely rare spirit stone. It was said that this jade leaf stone sealed the purest type of mysterious energy, and it absorbed the energy within the jade leaf stone. The depleted magic power would recover in an extremely short period of time. When cultivators fought, their battle strength would become weaker as their magic power was depleted. If they ran out of magic power, they wouldn't be far from death. Even if it was a supreme grade spirit stone, the recovery of magic power would be extremely slow. Some pills or natural treasures that could quickly recover magic power were sold at sky-high prices. A piece of jade leaf stone was worth at least 200,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said, "This is a jade leaf stone. Put it away for now. If someone finds it, it will cause a lot of trouble." Zhao Yangan nodded and quickly put away the jade leaf stone. Dan Taixian said, "You two little guys are quite lucky. You actually got a jade leaf stone." Dan Taixian had naturally heard of the jade leaf stone. Now that she heard Lin Feng say that the stone that Zhao Yangan took out was the jade leaf stone, she couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of thing was extremely precious. Naturally, he could not reveal it casually. "We've got more than 1,000 of these stones," said Li. Zhao Yangping said. Lin Feng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This kind of thing was very rare, and this little sister and brother actually obtained so many emerald leaf stones. It could be called a great opportunity. Lin Feng was already thinking about whether he should use other heaven and earth treasures to exchange for emerald leaf stones with the siblings later. This was because the emerald leaf stone was very important to Lin Feng. "Over here." Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. Someone pointed at Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangan. "It's those people. They've been following us all this time. Cousin, let's run." The siblings' faces turned pale when they saw the cultivators chasing after them. Although they had obtained a large amount of emerald leaf stones, they were discovered by a group of passing cultivators. The siblings were lucky enough to escape. However, it was clear that Those cultivators had been looking for them all this time. The emerald leaf stones were too precious. It made these people greedy. Run. It's too late to run now. A cold laugh sounded as more than 20 cultivators rushed over. The one in the lead was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. This is the crown prince of the great Qin Empire. In Musen, right? Someone muttered softly. The great Qin Empire was one of the 4 ancient empires of the central continent. It was an extremely powerful force. It was considered a giant in the 3,000 continents. Lin Feng did not have much contact with the cultivators of the great Qin Empire. The only time he had contact with them was in the ruins of God. He had joined forces with the Empress and Granny Tianshan to steal the treasures in the world of the 33 steps of heaven. At that time, the great Qin Empire's royal family, Ing Yuqian, was also among them. However, Ing Yuqian and the others were not as strong as Lin Feng, the Empress, and Granny Tianshan. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough to steal the treasures. After that, Lin Feng did not have much contact with the people of the great Qin Empire. When the surrounding cultivators saw that the great Qin Empire's royal family had made a move, they quickly dispersed. Who would dare to get involved in this mess? Hand over the emerald leaf stone, and you can live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ing Musen's gaze was sinister. Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangan's faces were pale. They naturally knew how powerful these people were. Now that they were surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. The emerald leaf stone was incomparably precious. Now that they were asked to hand over the emerald leaf rock, they were extremely unwilling in their hearts. When the surrounding cultivators heard the words emerald leaf stone, their eyes suddenly lit up. Many people guessed that Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangan must have obtained a lot of emerald leaf stones. Otherwise, the great Qin Empire's people wouldn't have come with such a large force. Don't you think it's too much to bully 2 children? Don't you think you're embarrassing the great Qin Empire? A faint laugh was heard. Brother Feng. Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangan looked at Lin Feng, and then at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian signaled for them to not speak and just watch quietly. The siblings nodded, but they were extremely shocked. This brother Lin didn't look much older than them. Could it be that he could deal with the experts of the great Qin Empire? When did their cousin know such a powerful person? When did the great Qin Empire's actions need to be explained to others? Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at us? Ing Musen sneered. Reckless fool. Even Ing Yuqian wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous, let alone a lowly prince of the great Qin Empire. Kneel down and apologize, then take your people and scram. I'll let you go. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and said domineeringly. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Who was this brat? He actually dared to make the prince of the great Qin Empire kneel? Wasn't he courting death? Good, good, good. Ing Musen was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times. It was obvious how angry he was. He said coldly, I've never seen someone so unafraid of death. Men, break this brat's legs. Yes, immediately, an expert of the great Qin Empire received the order and rushed towards Lin Feng. This person was at the 5th celestial stage of the creation realm. Powerful magic power surged out of his right hand as he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. The cultivators of the great Qin Empire are making a move. That brat is probably going to regret what he just said. Offending the people of the great Qin Empire is no different from courting death. Many cultivators in the surroundings discussed. They naturally didn't think that a young cultivator like Lin Feng would win. Chapter 995. Brother Feng, be careful. Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangon couldn't help but exclaim. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Although Dan Taixian seemed to be more confident in Lin Feng, Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangon thought that Lin Feng was facing an expert from the Great Qin Empire. Dan Taixian didn't have any contact with the people of the Great Qin Empire, so she didn't know how terrifying the cultivators of the Great Qin Empire were. However, they knew. While the two siblings were worried about Lin Feng's safety, Lin Feng's expression changed. All of a sudden, the siblings heard a cold shout. Scram! As the cold shout rang out, the siblings looked over and immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. This was because the expert from the Great Qin Empire was sent flying by a cold shout. Wah! The expert from the Great Qin Empire spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. His face was deathly pale. Big Brother Lin is so powerful. The Zhao siblings were both dumbfounded. That expert was at the 5th heavenly layer of the creation realm, but he was sent flying by a cold shout. How strong did one's cultivation have to be to do this? It wasn't just the Zhao siblings who were shocked. Even the surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle revealed shocked expressions. It seems that today's conflict won't end so easily. A cultivator said excitedly, "Brat, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skills. Do you think you can be so presumptuous in front of the Great Qin Empire just because you have some ability? Everyone, go and capture this brat. I want to teach him a lesson and let him know that he can't afford to offend some people." Ingmu's son waved his hand. Yes. Immediately, the cultivators from the Great Qin Empire surrounded Lin Feng. There were a total of more than 20 cultivators, and all of them were experts. The group of people all attacked. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. Fire Snake Fist, Storm Palm, Snow Lion, Heavenly Dipper Divine Technique, Nine Spirits Divine Technique. Terrifying energies rolled out in all directions. Those spells condensed together and moved towards Lin Feng at the same time. A long river condensed from a divine ability swept over. The long river of divine abilities turned into a huge dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky as it pounced towards Lin Feng. Divine Ability Dragon. Many people exclaimed. Divine abilities had a spirit, and when a true dragon was formed, it was usually only when the gathered divine abilities reached a certain level of power that there would be a chance to form a divine ability spirit. Presently, the might of the divine abilities executed by these 20-plus cultivators of the Grand Qin Empire had obviously attained an extremely formidable level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have condensed the divine ability dragon. The opponent's attack was Godza's. Once the primordial star-plucking hand was used, it could pluck the stars and grab the moon with just a thought, let alone a mere divine ability dragon. Everyone saw a gigantic palm condensing in the void. That palm was capable of capturing the world and grabbing at the void. Crack! The huge hand grabbed the divine ability dragon's neck. The divine ability dragon struggled and roared, but it was useless. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not break free. Lin Feng shook it forcefully, and the divine ability dragon disappeared. Then, the huge hand flipped and slapped towards the Great Qin Empire's experts. Bang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions and muffled groans could be heard. More than 20 experts of the Great Qin Empire were all sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Plop! Plop! They fell to the ground, and their dermic powers dissipated. They no longer had the strength to fight. Oh, my God, isn't that too powerful? Many cultivators exclaimed in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would be defeated under the siege of the Great Qin Empire's experts. They did not expect such an outcome. Lin Feng walked towards Ing Musen step by step. His voice was as cold as ice. Aren't you going to kneel and apologize to me? Do you want me to do it myself? Many people were shocked because Lin Feng was too strong. He actually made Ing Musen kneel. If Ing Musen really knelt, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose face. Even the great Qin Empire would be humiliated. In that case, the grudge between them would be too deep. Brat, I am a member of the great Qin Empire's imperial family. If you make me kneel, do you know the consequences? Ing Musen said with a gloomy expression. Ing Musen's cultivation was at the 6th level of the creation realm. Although his strength was not bad, he was not considered a top expert. Among the great Qin Empire's cultivators who attacked Lin Feng, there were people who were at the same level as Ing Musen, but in front of Lin Feng, they were still unable to withstand a single blow. Ing Musen knew that no matter how he resisted, he would not be able to defeat Lin Feng. He had brought up the great Qin Empire because he wanted to use it to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng obviously did not fall for Ing Musen's trick. So, what if he was from the great Qin Empire? Lin Feng had always done things as he pleased. Not to mention, he was an ancient tycoon and could not be humiliated. Ing Musen, a mere crown prince of the great Qin Empire, dared to provoke him? He was simply courting death. Kneel. Facing Ing Musen's threatening words, Lin Feng took a step forward. His body emitted a powerful qi. This qi directly enveloped Ing Musen. In the next instant, Ing Musen felt a great pressure envelop his entire body. With a thump, his knees went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground. Ing Musen's eyes immediately became bloodshot. He roared, "Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? You're courting death." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "You're just a mere crown prince of the great Qin Empire. Where did your sense of superiority come from?" Lin Feng's right hand slashed in the air. A sword qi slashed out. Pooh! A tearing sound was heard. Immediately after, a deep wound appeared on Ing Musen's body. "Spare me, I was wrong. Please spare me." Ing Musen begged. Lin Feng was astonished. This guy had been so tough just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a coward. Ing Musen's change made Lin Feng speechless and extremely disdainful. "Hand over your storage ring," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Then you might as well kill me." Ing Musen gnashed his teeth. "Killing you would dirty my hands. Now, I'm officially informing you that I'm going to rob you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng kicked Ing Musen to the ground and took out all 3 of his spatial rings. Scram! Lin Feng then kicked Ing Musen away. Seeing Ing Musen fall to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. That young cultivator was too cruel. He'd beaten Ing Musen half to death and robbed him of everything. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with vigilance. In the eyes of many cultivators, Lin Feng was as terrifying as a little demon. Everyone hurriedly hid their spatial rings, hoping that they wouldn't be targeted by this seemingly harmless but incomparably two-faced guy. Author's note: there will be more tomorrow. Chapter 996. The people from the Great Qin Empire left in a sorry state, and the cultivators who had come to watch the show also dispersed. Conflicts like this occurred every single day in the Outer Realm, so it wasn't strange to them at all. "Big Brother Feng, please accept me as your disciple. I'll definitely be obedient." Zhao Yangon looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Zhao Yangping's eyes were also filled with stars. Lin Feng patted Zhao Yangon's head and said, "A master can show you the way, but it's up to you to cultivate. You're quite talented, so if you keep cultivating, your future will be limitless. You don't need to find another master." Tantai Xian said, "Don't praise him like that, or he'll become complacent. There are so many geniuses in this world, but because of their pride, they'll disappear from the world. Zhao Yangan said, "Cousin, don't worry. I won't be arrogant. I'll cultivate diligently." He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with determination. He then said, "Besides, we're just disciples of small clans. How can we be arrogant?" Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Yangan was young, but his mental state was incomparable. He had a bright future, and he might even be able to lead his clan to glory. At that moment, more and more cultivators were heading towards the teleportation formation. The cultivators guarding the formation were overseen by an ancient overlord. So even though the others were filled with righteous indignation, they didn't dare to resist. Offending an ancient overlord was the same as courting death. If one wanted to pass, they had to pay 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, or some precious natural treasures. More and more people passed. At that moment, a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, were heading towards the formation. They took out 5 water-repelling jades. The water-repelling jades were water-type treasures, and their effects were very similar to the legendary water-repelling pearls. If one carried the water-repelling jades on their person, they could freely travel through water. They were extremely rare treasures. It seems that many people have encountered great opportunities. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. There were too many treasures on the outer realm. Everyone had encountered great opportunities, so Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The cultivators guarding the formation put away the water-repelling jades and were about to let them pass. Suddenly, a horse-faced, middle-aged cultivator said, "Wait, my lord, is there anything else?" The leading blue-clothed male cultivator asked cautiously. Their group was not particularly strong. The 3 male cultivators were only at the 4th firmament of the creation realm, while the 2 female cultivators were at the 2nd firmament of the creation realm. The other female cultivator in a purple skirt was at the 3rd firmament of the creation realm. Of course, a team like theirs wasn't particularly weak. It wouldn't be a problem for them to be a little more careful during the planet's trial. The horse-faced cultivator looked at the pretty female cultivator in light yellow clothes. His gaze landed on the bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was bluish-purple in color. It was made from bluish-purple immortal jade and emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was clearly a treasure, a purplish jade bangle. "Is that a storage magic treasure?" the horse-faced cultivator asked. The pretty female cultivator didn't dare to hesitate. She nodded and said, "My lord, it's all right. Take this jade bracelet and give it to me. It just so happens that I want to give it to someone as a gift." The horse-faced cultivator said indifferently, "Please wait for a moment, my lord. I'll take out the item in the bracelet," the pretty female cultivator said. The horse-faced cultivator said indifferently, "As the saying goes, the heavenly jade is profound, and the bracelet can't be empty. Immortal jade can nourish people, but empty bracelets can devour one's life. Haven't you heard of this saying before? If you give this bracelet to me, isn't that the same as cursing me to not live long?" The pretty female cultivator's expression suddenly changed. She quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's just that my life is in the bracelet. So, shut up. I asked you for the bracelet because I think highly of you. How dare you not know how to appreciate favors?" The horse-faced cultivator's expression was as gloomy as water. The pretty female cultivator bit her lip and said, "My lord, I won't use the teleportation array." As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to leave. "You bitch who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. How dare you go against my will? Today I'll take this bracelet, and I'll also take your life." The horse-faced cultivator was clearly an extremely ruthless person. Now that the female cultivator had dared to refuse him, He was furious. Boom! The horse-faced cultivator reached out and grabbed the pretty female cultivator. Quick, save Junior Sister You. The other 4 cultivators gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Scram! The horse-faced cultivator slapped the pretty female cultivator's 4 fellow disciples away. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. The pretty female cultivator was no match for the horse-faced cultivator and was immediately caught. There was a ripping sound. The pretty female cultivator's clothes were torn apart. The top half of her body was completely exposed. "Ha ha, your figure isn't bad." The horse-faced cultivator carried the pretty female cultivator and walked inside. What a beast! Many people were filled with righteous indignation when they saw this scene, but no one dared to offend these people. "Beast, let go of me." The pretty female cultivator's face was ashen after being humiliated in such a way. The horse-faced cultivator placed her on a large, smooth rock. The horse-faced cultivator held her hands down and tore apart the pretty female cultivator's clothes. Then he was about to forcefully enter the pretty female cultivator's body in front of everyone. Many female cultivators in the surroundings turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch this scene. The pretty female cultivator shed tears of despair. Bang! Just as the horse-faced cultivator was about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared behind the horse-faced cultivator and sent him flying more than 10 meters away with a kick. The horse-faced cultivator fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, the person who attacked him had already stepped on his face. "Let me ask you, who gave you the guts to be so heartless?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the horse-faced cultivator. "Brat, you're courting death." The horse-faced cultivator looked at Lin Feng with hatred. "Hurry up and let her go, or you'll die without a grave." The horse-faced cultivator's companions also surrounded them, but they didn't dare to directly attack because the horse-faced cultivator was in Lin Feng's hands. The pretty female cultivator protected the important parts of her body, changed into a set of clothes in the forest, and walked out. At this moment, she was surprisingly calm. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Senior brother, can you hand this person over to me?" Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you, senior brother." The pretty female cultivator walked in front of the horse-faced cultivator, and a dagger appeared in her hand. "What are you doing?" The horse-faced cultivator shouted in horror. "Killing you." The pretty female cultivator stabbed the dagger into the horse-faced cultivator's chest. The horse-faced cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in anger, and he couldn't believe that he would die like this. Not long after, the horse-faced cultivator's body twitched, and he died. The pretty female cultivator took off the jade bracelet in her hand and handed it to Lin Feng. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng asked. "There's something inside that will definitely be very useful to senior brother." The pretty female cultivator said, "Senior brother, don't refuse. If senior brother doesn't take it, I won't be able to keep it." As soon as she finished speaking, the pretty female cultivator turned around and rushed into the forest. Today, she had suffered such a great humiliation that she was afraid that she wouldn't have the face to stay here anymore. The pretty female cultivator's 4 companions chased after her, but soon they heard mournful cries. "Junior Sister You, why did you take things so hard?" Hearing the cries of the 4 cultivators, a cultivator ran over and saw a dagger in the pretty female cultivator's chest. She had chosen to kill herself. She had ended her life. Chapter 997. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw the female cultivator commit suicide. He hadn't expected that she would go to such extremes. It was obvious that the female cultivator was a loyal person who couldn't bear to be humiliated. It was a pity that she ended her young life just like that. Many people sighed and felt heartache for the female cultivator's tragic end. Zhao Yongping even started crying and said, "That sister is so pitiful." Dan Taixien hugged her and comforted her. This was the world of cultivators. It was so cruel, and many places were filled with filth and cold-bloodedness. Boy, if it weren't for you, Lord Lu wouldn't have died. You deserve to die 10,000 times. A group of cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Based on the horse-faced cultivators' actions, it was obvious how detestable these people were. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as scum. Lin Feng looked at the group of cultivators silently and said, "Reckless things, you actually dare to be so impudent in front of me. Only death awaits an ant like you who dares to challenge my dignity." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed toward the group of people. Lin Feng's killing intent towards these people was very strong. It was not only because of the enmity between them, but more importantly, because the female cultivator's death had touched Lin Feng's heart. How desperate must she have been to choose to commit suicide? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his family. They had been captured by a mysterious person, and now they were also in extreme despair. Lin Feng hoped that his family would not go to the extreme like the female cultivator. Die, boy. The group of cultivators attacked, and all kinds of attacks flew toward Lin Feng. These people were much stronger than the cultivators of the Great Qin Empire. After all, if they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't dare to guard the planet's teleportation array and threaten cultivators who wanted to go to other planets to pay a huge price to leave. However, the cultivator they were facing now was Lin Feng. Everything changed because of this. Lin Feng's right hand was like a blade. Sky Splitter slashed out, tearing heaven and earth apart. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng on the spot. These powerful cultivators did not seem to have much power to resist Lin Feng. One had to know that among these cultivators, there were even experts at the 10th layer of the creation realm. But when he fought Lin Feng, he was still killed by Lin Feng in one move. That young cultivator is actually so powerful. Many onlooking cultivators cried out in shock. Although they had guessed Lin Feng's cultivation, they never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng's cultivation should be at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm. But from the looks of it now, it was obviously not the case. How could someone at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm have such tyrannical battle prowess as Lin Feng? Although many people could sense that Lin Feng was at the 4th layer of the creation realm, no one really believed that Lin Feng was at this realm. Many people felt that Lin Feng was hiding his true cultivation level. Big Brother Feng is really too powerful. Zhao Yangan had an extremely shocked expression on his face. Then he cried out excitedly. Zhao Yongping also looked at Lin Feng and Dan Taixien with some suspicion, revealing a thoughtful expression. Dan Taixuan's gaze was now on Lin Feng. Ever since she met Lin Feng again and was plundered by Lin Feng again, Dan Taixien knew that her life was lived for this man. This man had already occupied the entire place in her heart. Corpses were lying on the ground. These arrogant cultivators who treated human lives as grass had completely collapsed. Many people fled towards the teleportation valley, but Lin Feng killed them all with a slash of his saber. The rest of the cultivators also died under Lin Feng's attacks. There were already more than 100 corpses lying on the ground. At that moment, an angry shout came from the valley. "Brat, you're courting death. I'm going to tear you into pieces." As the voice fell, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. It's a powerhouse at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Someone transmitted a message to Lin Feng, telling him to run away quickly. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was still too young. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely die if he faced an ancient powerhouse. Dan Taixian, Zhao Yangping, and Zhao Yingan were also extremely worried. They urged Lin Feng to run away quickly. Perhaps the only person who wasn't worried and was full of confidence in Lin Feng was Dishi Xian. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. He was waiting for the other party to appear. This made Dan Taixian, Zhao Yangping, and Zhao Yingan extremely anxious. They were extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. In the next moment, their faces turned pale. The ancient powerhouse had already appeared. It was too late for Lin Feng to run away now. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He was extremely dignified. His gaze was cold and emotionless. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "Brat, you're really audacious. You actually killed so many of my subordinates. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. It's too early to boast. Many people had astonished looks in their eyes. That young cultivator actually dared to confront an ancient powerhouse. Did he really have the strength to do so, or was he overestimating himself? Dan Taixian suddenly remembered that when Lin Feng had saved her, he had taken away half of the dead cultivator's storage rings. However, the leader of that group of cultivators didn't choose to fight Lin Feng. Instead, he let them leave. Although Dan Taixian didn't know how strong that cultivator leader was, Dan Taixian vaguely felt that his cultivation wasn't any weaker than the ancient powerhouse in front of her. If that ancient powerhouse had to give Lin Feng face, wouldn't that mean that Lin Feng was also an ancient powerhouse? When she thought of this, Dan Taixian's red lips parted slightly. Her face was filled with shock and astonishment. "Brat, you actually dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me. I'll let you know what a miserable fate an ant will face after offending the majesty of a dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient powerhouse had already sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. When they felt the terrifying aura emitted from the ancient powerhouse's body, many of the surrounding cultivators turned pale. They almost couldn't breathe. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. That young cultivator won't be killed directly, right? Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Only when they personally felt the aura of an ancient powerhouse's attack did they know how powerful a cultivator at that level was. Now, no one was optimistic that Lin Feng, a young cultivator, would be able to withstand the ancient powerhouse's attack. Humph! Facing the ancient powerhouse's attack, Lin Feng sneered and punched out. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, everyone looked on in disbelief. The ancient powerhouse, whose strength was unfathomable and who was like an invincible god in everyone's eyes, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 998. "Oh my God, Big Brother Feng is amazing!" shouted Zhao Yingan excitedly. He looked like he was worshipping Lin Feng. Dan Taixian's eyes lit up. She had guessed that Lin Feng was strong enough to make the strongest cultivators fear him. Now she was convinced. Even the strongest cultivator had been blown away by a single punch. How strong was he? "Cousin, could it be that you and Brother Feng?" asked Zhao Yangping ambiguously. "Stupid girl, don't ask about master's matters." Dan Taixian blushed. Which monstrous genius is that? Many cultivators were curious and asked about Lin Feng's identity. Obviously, apart from Zoom cultivators, how could there be anyone in the younger generation who could suppress the strongest cultivators? However, nobody knew who Lin Feng was. Everybody was looking for the geniuses of the celestial martial continent, but nobody could match Lin Feng's strength. "Little brat, I'm going to kill you," shouted the strongest cultivator furiously. At his level, he cared a lot about his reputation. Now, Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he, an ancient giant that everyone had to look up to, was actually sent flying by a single punch from a young cultivator. To him, this was naturally a loss of face and something that was difficult to accept. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. Since you're a strong cultivator, you must be famous. Which group do you belong to? How dare you steal the teleportation portal? How dare you force cultivators to pay you a fortune? And how dare you allow your subordinates to do such a heartless thing? That's right. Which group do you belong to? Many people started shouting. They hated this group of people, so they naturally wanted to know who they were. If this matter were to spread to the Sky Martial Continent, then the faction behind him would also be held accountable by the various large factions. Little brat, if you want to know, go ask King Yama, said the strongest cultivator with a hideous smile. He moved towards Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and condensed a mountain and river. This divine ability was called Mountains and Rivers in the Palm. It abruptly flipped over, suppressing towards Lin Feng. This cultivator was deliberately hiding his sect or clan's divine ability. Clearly, he didn't want to expose his true identity. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he unleashed the 5 Emperor Dragon fists. The illusions of 5 great emperors appeared behind Lin Feng. Giant dragons coiled around the 5 great emperors. As soon as the 5 Emperor Dragon fist was unleashed, an immemorial and ancient aura spread out. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng instantly broke this person's divine ability. Although the strength of this ancient tycoon was tyrannical, Lin Feng guessed that his cultivation base should be at the 2nd layer of life and death realm. As for the current Lin Feng, not to mention the 2nd layer of life and death realm, he could even suppress the 5th layer. Lin Feng's 5 Emperor Dragon fists slammed into this ancient overlord and sent him flying. Pooh! This time, he was heavily injured and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. So strong. It's a complete suppression. Many people cried out in shock. He's young and handsome. Who is this young master? Many female cultivators in the crowd looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Dragon Tiger Scissors. The ancient overlord's expression sank. He waved his right hand and took out a supreme treasure. It was a scissor-shaped treasure. This treasure had a true dragon and a white tiger engraved on it. It was actually a high-grade Tao artifact. A treasure of this level could kill Lin Feng. Kid, let's see how you'll die. This ancient overlord was very confident in his supreme treasure and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. The golden scissors quickly flew out, and the illusions of a true dragon and a white tiger appeared in midair. The dragon tiger scissors could instantly tear through the void. It was indeed a high-grade Tao artifact. Such a treasure was too rare. Many people felt the power of the dragon tiger scissors and secretly wondered if Lin Feng could resist it. After all, when cultivators fought, if one side took out a powerful supreme treasure, it could easily turn the tide of the battle. The dragon tiger scissors was a treasure that could turn the tide of a battle. This treasure is not bad. I don't have a high-grade Tao artifact yet. I want this treasure. When the dragon tiger scissors flew over, Lin Feng took out the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar immediately showed its power. Whoosh, 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 a powerful devouring force surged out of the jar and enveloped the dragon tiger scissors. Although the dragon tiger scissors was a high-grade Tao artifact, it couldn't resist the sky-devouring jar. The dragon tiger scissors quickly flew toward the sky-devouring jar. You want to devour my treasure? Don't even think about it. The ancient overlord roared furiously and tried to summon the dragon tiger scissors back. However, the sky-devouring jar was too powerful. It directly devoured the dragon tiger scissors. Then, the sky-devouring jar forcefully erased the divine, that the ancient overlord had left in the jar. Wah! As the owner of the dragon tiger scissors, the ancient overlord suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. At that moment, he knew that he had lost the battle. He didn't want to fight anymore and fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence. "Brat, just you wait. I'll come for you very soon. When the time comes, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to escape. "You want to leave? Do you think you can escape?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stood where he was and stretched out his right hand. He used the immemorial star plucking palm to grab the ancient overlord. A gigantic hand materialized in the void and grabbed hold of the escaping ancient powerhouse. No matter how hard the ancient overlord struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the ancient overlord. He wanted to kill him once and for all. "Brat, you want to kill me? I'll drag you down with me." The ancient overlord knew that he was going to die, so his eyes were filled with ferocity. A terrifying chi spread out from his body. He wanted to self-destruct. The explosion of an ancient overlord's self-destruction was extremely destructive. The surrounding cultivators were all pale with fright. "Hurry up and run." Many people shouted in fear and ran away madly. "You want to self-destruct in front of me?" Lin Feng looked at him disdainfully. He used the great suppression technique to suppress the ancient overlord. "Why is this happening?" shouted the ancient overlord in disbelief. His face was filled with despair. He couldn't even self-destruct to drag Lin Feng down with him. It was the first time the ancient overlord had felt so powerless. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. In your next life, reincarnate and be a good person. Lin Feng looked indifferent and slammed his palm towards the ancient overlord's head. Bang! The ancient overlord's head exploded. The headless corpse fell from the sky. An ancient overlord had been killed by Lin Feng, just like that. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 cultivators in front of the teleportation valley, but at that moment, nobody made a sound. Everybody was astonished and looking at the handsome young man standing in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if they were facing a young great emperor. Everybody had the urge to kneel down and worship him. That was the aura of a young great emperor. He looked askance at the sky, and his chi could swallow everything. He could kill ancient overlords with a wave of his hand. Chapter 999. The planet's teleportation portal opened, and more cultivators entered it. Lin Feng and the others also entered the teleportation portal and disappeared from the planet. Swoosh, the world spun, and with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others appeared on another planet. Kill! As soon as they arrived on the planet, they heard a deafening battle cry coming from afar. There were cultivators everywhere. A dense crowd of cultivators was rushing towards an island. "Brother, what's happening?" Someone stopped a cultivator and asked. The ancient cultivator's cavern is protected by a puppet beast. More than 10 Tao items have already flown out of the cavern. Countless people have gone crazy. They want to attack the ancient cultivator's cavern. There might even be divine items inside. The cultivator said, and hurriedly rushed over. "Brothers, let's go and take a look." Many cultivators who came with Lin Feng also rushed to the island. Of course, there were also some who had just arrived on the planet and were unfamiliar with everything. Therefore, they decided to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. They didn't rush to the island. Lin Feng didn't plan to go to the island. There were too many cultivators. Even if there were treasures, it wouldn't be easy to get them. It was better to leave this opportunity for others. "It looks like an ocean?" Dan Taixian asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, Let's find a place to rest. Soon, the group left. They found an island and landed on it. Not long after, the sky darkened, and a bonfire rose on the island. Dishishen hunted a huge sea snake in the sea for food. Yangon, you and your sister seem to have collected a lot of jade leaf stones, right? I have spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. I'll exchange some of them with you. Lin Feng said. Zhao Yangon said heroically, Big Brother Feng, please don't say that. You'll be slapping us in the face. Big Brother Feng saved our lives, so these emerald leaf stones are our gifts to him. Zhao Yangon took out about 500 pieces of jade leaf stones and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, That's a different matter. These jade leaf stones are very precious, so I can't take them for free. There are 310,000-year-old spirit herbs here. Take them. Lin Feng handed a storage ring to Zhao Yangon. Inside the white jade box was a 10,000-year-old elixir. Zhao Yangon wanted to refuse, but Tantai Xian said, Yangon, since your big brother Feng is giving it to you, you should accept it. All right. Zhao Yangon accepted it. For the next 3 months, they trained on the planet. First, they were in the sea region. Then they left the sea region and went to a relatively famous desert. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. On this day, Lin Feng received a piece of news from a cultivator's trading area. This news was related to the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit was one of the most mysterious fruits in the world. This kind of fruit was extremely beneficial to some of the best spirit beasts. I want to eat it. When Bibi heard the news about the Holy Spirit fruit, she immediately woke up and conveyed her emotions to Lin Feng. This was an extremely thirsty emotion. Lin Feng had never seen Bibi so thirsty for anything. Lin Feng inquired about the place where the Holy Spirit fruit appeared. It was a terrifying place where many terrifying creatures resided. Many cultivators entered, but they were all wiped out. Lin Feng had already decided to search for the Holy Spirit fruit. He asked Dishishen, Tantai Xian, and the others to train together. There was no need to wait for him, because more than half of the 2 years of training on the planet had passed. There was still half a year before it would end. At this stage, they had to gather as many resources as possible. Lin Feng was relieved to leave Tantai Xian, Zhao Yangping, and Zhao Yangon in the care of Dishishen. You must be careful. Tantai Xian said worriedly, Don't worry. Lin Feng nodded. At night, he pulled Tantai Xian to a secluded place. Naturally, it was the Wu Mountain again. It seemed to be because they were about to part. Therefore, Tantai Xian was both enthusiastic and proactive. On the second day, Lin Feng left. Ominous Territory was the name of that secret place. There were terrifying creatures everywhere. Along the way, Bibi was extremely excited. According to Bibi, the Holy Spirit fruit could help it hatch. Lin Feng was naturally very happy. Bibi was a very heaven-defying race, although Lin Feng still didn't know which race Bibi belonged to. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been looking forward to Bibi's incubation. On the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators who had entered the ominous territory. Why were there so many cultivators in such a dangerous place? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. This season is the time for all kinds of vicious beasts to hatch their eggs. In the ominous territory, you can see many young beasts. Not long ago, someone obtained a young pterosaur, and someone also found a young tautai. Lin Feng asked a middle-aged cultivator, but he received a shocking result. This surprised him. Whether it was the pterosaur or the tautai, they were all divine beasts. After being passed down for so long, their bloodlines might not be that powerful, but their ancestors were divine beasts after all. As their cultivation increased, The bloodlines in these vicious beasts' bodies would revert to their ancestors and become divine beasts. Divine beasts were existences that were equivalent to gods. Lin Feng finally understood why so many cultivators had entered the ominous territory. Not long after, a great battle broke out in a mountain range. Hundreds of cultivators were attacking the scarlet flame golden swanee that occupied the mountain range. There was such a rumor in the ancient legends. There was a strange beast that was shaped like a lion. Its body was covered in fiery red scales and surrounded by endless flames. It was ferocious and brutal. This beast wreaked havoc in the world. Everywhere it went, the land was scorched red and countless people were eaten. The Fire Tribe's Scarlet Emperor and 36 other top experts fought for 9 days and 9 nights before finally subduing it. They sealed it in the Scarlet Flame divine artifact of the Fire Tribe, the Scarlet Flame Jade Disc, and suppressed it in the Scarlet Flame Mountain. In this battle, the Scarlet Emperor, Fire God, Scarlet Fairy, and the other experts from the Fire Tribe, as well as the powerful True Yuan Fairy, Tuoba, Lion, and the Coral Unicorn, were unable to kill it. The Scarlet Emperor used the double damage spell and the 7 luminaries' violet light, but he still failed at the last moment. In the end, he borrowed the Lion physique to kill it with the Tai True Fire Slash, but he also paid a heavy price to become an immortal. From this, one could see how ferocious this beast was. And in the legends, this vicious beast was the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. Of course, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee from the immemorial era was naturally not something that the few Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee in the mountain range could compare to. However, even though their bloodline was very thin now, these Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee were still extremely powerful. A 10-meter-long scarlet flame, Golden Swanee roared, causing the mountains to shake. It swatted out with its claw, and more than 10 cultivators were turned into meat paste. Chapter 1000. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched. He didn't rush forward, but he didn't leave either, because Lin Feng was also interested in the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's eggs. Even though this place was dangerous, it was also a mountain of treasures. If he could obtain the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's eggs, it would be a great opportunity. Everyone spread out. Use your magical treasures to attack these beasts from a distance. A cultivator shouted and quickly retreated. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee were too strong. Even though they couldn't compare to their ancestors, the cultivators who were attacking them weren't the same as Scarlet Emperor and the others from back then. An endless sea of flames burned the sky. A terrifying chi filled the air. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee released an endless amount of chi. Some of the weaker cultivators felt suffocated. They couldn't bear the pressure from the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's body. Kill! Hundreds of cultivators activated their magical treasures and attacked the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. Slash! The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee that had rushed out was injured. A bone-deep wound was torn open on its body, and blood immediately flowed out. No matter how strong the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Even the strongest cultivators of the ancient era would have been killed by that attack. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's injury shocked many people. Let's work together and kill it, many cultivators said excitedly. These cultivators besieging the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee not only wanted to obtain its cubs or eggs, they also wanted to kill it. Every part of the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was a treasure. Its bones, blood, origin, internal core, they were all priceless. Hundreds of magical treasures attacked again. The injured Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was blown away. Its huge body crashed into a mountain, and the entire mountain collapsed. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee had been severely injured. It tried to crawl out of the rubble, but it fell down again. The hundreds of cultivators were extremely excited. They activated their magical treasures again, wanting to kill the scarlet flame golden Swanee once and for all. But at that moment, another 4 scarlet flame golden Swanee rushed out from the depths of the mountain. The scarlet flame golden Swanee roared furiously. Every single scarlet flame golden Swanee contained a monstrous killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scarlet flame gold Swanee spat out huge fireballs. The fireballs exploded in the crowd. Many cultivators were immediately submerged. They screamed miserably and died in the end. Don't panic, everyone. Keep attacking these scarlet flame gold Swanee from afar. We'll be able to kill them sooner or later. An expert sneered. These experts were trying to calm the people down, but they still needed the help of the surrounding cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the scarlet flame golden swan beast. However, in private, the leaders of several forces had already sent people to infiltrate the scarlet flame golden Swanee's lair. Now that the scarlet flame golden Swanee had come out, their nests were empty. It was the best opportunity to snatch their cubs or eggs. Whoosh, Lin Feng entered the forest and hid his aura from the side of the mountain, heading toward the nest of the scarlet flame gold swan beast. The scarlet flame gold swan beasts were very cautious as they fought the cultivators in the void. Their spiritual sense constantly scanned the area to prevent anyone from sneaking into their lair. However, Lin Feng was very good at concealing himself. He managed to hide from the scarlet flame gold swan beasts. When Lin Feng arrived at the valley, 5 other cultivators followed. They probably represented 5 top forces. These people weren't simple either. They were very excited after sneaking into the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a huge cave surrounded by flames. It was the cave of the scarlet flame gold swan beast. The 5 cultivators quickly rushed in. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The cave was very long and hot. After walking for about 100 meters, they came to a fork in the road. Boom! In the middle of the fork, there was a violent fluctuation. It was obvious that the 5 cultivators were fighting the scarlet flame gold swan beasts. It seems that there are still scarlet flame gold swan beasts guarding the cave, but from the fluctuations of their aura, they aren't as strong as the ones outside. Lin Feng thought to himself. He chose to enter the cave from the left. Soon, Lin Feng rushed in. This path led to the deepest part of the cave. In the depths of the forest, Lin Feng saw a gigantic mountain. The 3 passages outside could all lead to the belly of the mountain. There was another path in the mountain that led to the deepest part. Lin Feng could vaguely feel a few weak auras. They should be young beasts. There was also a beast egg in the magma that gushed out from the belly of the mountain. It seemed that the scarlet flame gold swan beasts were using the lava to hatch their eggs. The other eggs had successfully hatched, and there was only one left. Lin Feng entered the mountain and took the egg. Initially, he wanted to go deeper into the mountain and take the baby beasts with him. But at that moment, Lin Feng felt a cold aura enveloping his body. In the middle of the path, flames surged. Within the flames, a scarlet flame gold Swanee rushed over. This scarlet flame gold Swanee was smaller than the scarlet flame gold Swanee outside, and its strength was also slightly weaker. But that didn't mean that this scarlet flame gold swan beast wasn't strong. In fact, this scarlet flame gold swan beast was just as terrifying. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it rushed into the mountain. Even with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he felt a sense of fear. How could Lin Feng dare to stay any longer? He hurriedly rushed outside. At that moment, the scarlet flame gold swan beast swiped its claw at Lin Feng. This attack was unavoidable. Lin Feng had no choice but to block it. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast collided. Then, Lin Feng was sent flying by the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast's claw. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was incomparably depressed. This Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast was too strong. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast roared and pounced. Lin Feng hurriedly used the Earth Shrink technique and rushed into the cave, dodging the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast's attack. Then, he used the golden body wings. Lin Feng's speed was as fast as it could be, and he quickly rushed outside. Not only was the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast powerful, its speed wasn't much slower than Lin Feng's. Along the way, Lin Feng couldn't shake off the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast at all. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out of the cave and flew directly into the depths of the mountain forest. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast chased after him and roared angrily. The other Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beasts didn't chase after him. Instead, they quickly retreated into the valley. In the valley, these Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beasts had to protect their cubs. Lin Feng flew for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast kept chasing after him. This made Lin Feng very depressed. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swan Beast raised its huge claw and slapped at Lin Feng from over 1,000 meters away. A mountain-sized beast claw condensed in the void and slammed at Lin Feng. Chapter 1001. F***CK. It's coming again. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee. He was speechless. He hastily dodged, but he didn't manage to dodge it completely. Lin Feng was sent flying by the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee's claw. He crashed heavily on the ground and rolled a dozen times. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee let out a deep roar. It was still trying to kill Lin Feng with its claw. Lin Feng hastily crawled up from the ground and rushed towards the depths of the forest. However, the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee had already rushed over and sent Lin Feng flying again. Even Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee became even crazier when it smelled blood. It roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite Lin Feng. Spatial bending. Lin Feng leaped over 100 meters away. This time, the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee missed. However, the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee's reaction speed was too fast. The moment it missed, it suddenly stomped on the ground and pounced on Lin Feng like an arrow. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll smash this egg. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. He took out the egg and held it in his hand, threatening it loudly. Roar! Roar! The Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee stopped in midair and let out deep roars from time to time. That roar contained a terrifying killing intent. However, the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee didn't dare rashly charge forward. Even if it wanted to kill Lin Feng, it still had to consider the egg in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee didn't charge at him. He took out a jade leaf stone and hurriedly refined it. His exhausted spiritual energy quickly recovered to its peak. Lin Feng held the egg in his hand and flew away. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee followed closely behind. It seemed to be looking for the best opportunity to launch a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not let down his guard against the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee. 2 hours later, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura pervading the forest. The Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee let out a series of deep roars. Lin Feng could tell from the roars that the scarlet flame gold Swanee was irritable and uneasy. The scarlet flame gold Swanee was a fire-type beast. It was the natural enemy of Yin energy. Therefore, the scarlet flame gold Swanee hated this kind of cold energy. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was delighted. Everything in the world had its own counter. It seemed like there was something here that could restrain the scarlet flame gold Swanee beast. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to escape from the scarlet flame gold Swanee beast. Thinking of this, Lin Feng increased his speed. Whoosh! He quickly rushed into the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng heard the sound of the surging river. His expression suddenly changed, and he increased his speed. The scarlet flame gold Swanee behind him became even more irritable. It directly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng threatened it with the egg. The scarlet flame gold Swanee did not care anymore. This made Lin Feng even more certain that the scarlet flame gold Swanee was afraid of something. Therefore, Lin Feng did not intend to continue fighting with the scarlet flame gold Swanee. He dodged the scarlet flame gold Swanee's attacks and turned into a streak of light as he rushed into the depths. Finally, Lin Feng saw a river. This river exuded a cold aura. Within a radius of 12 miles, not a single blade of grass grew. Even with Lin Feng's powerful physique, he was still unable to withstand it. When he approached this river, he was shivering from the cold. He had not even come into contact with the river water. It was hard to imagine how cold the river water was. Roar! The scarlet flame gold Swanee had completely gone mad. Its roar shook the heavens. It waved its huge claws and clawed at Lin Feng. In the void, the destructive power of the scarlet flame gold Swanee's body could be felt everywhere. The scarlet flame gold Swanee had unleashed its most terrifying battle prowess. The aura emitted by this beast made Lin Feng feel the threat of death. Lin Feng knew that if he continued to fight with this beast, he would most likely die. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the river. There was a loud thump. Lin Feng jumped into the river. The scarlet flame gold Swanee's attack swept through the air. Roar! Roar! The scarlet flame gold Swanee roared above the river. It flew quickly across the sky. Its powerful spiritual sense swept out, trying to find Lin Feng's traces. However, its spiritual sense could only sweep above the river. This was because its spiritual sense could not penetrate into the river. This river was too terrifying. It could even freeze spiritual sense. The temperature in the river was too low. Lin Feng jumped in and quickly put away the scarlet flame gold Swanee's egg. Since the scarlet flame gold Swanee had not left, Lin Feng did not dare to leave the river. Not long after, Lin Feng could not hold on any longer. His body was frozen stiff. Water countered fire. Now, Lin Feng could not even use his heavenly fire. If it was a cultivator who cultivated an ice attribute cultivation method, like Ning Han's Huang, they might be able to pass through the river unimpeded. However, Lin Feng was in great trouble. After only half an hour in the river, Lin Feng could not hold on any longer. He felt his consciousness about to fall into a deep sleep. His body fell towards the bottom of the river. Roar! It was not until an earth-shaking roar came from the bottom of the river that Lin Feng woke up. Lin Feng opened his eyes with difficulty. He saw that there was a cave at the bottom of the river. This cave exuded an ancient aura. The cave was shrouded in a light cover. However, the roar just now had disappeared. Lin Feng's consciousness had fallen into a blurred state. He was not sure if he had really heard the roar of a beast or if it was just an illusion. However, now that he had sobered up, he looked at the cave below with an uncertain expression. A cave at the bottom of the river was indeed Quite strange. Lin Feng swam towards the cave and finally fell into the light cover. At this time, Lin Feng found that the cold aura had completely disappeared. His body felt incomparably comfortable. The light cover of the cave blocked the cold aura of the river. Scorching Cold God Cave. Lin Feng called out the name of the cave. He suddenly showed a shocked expression. This was a god cave. A cave passed down by a god. Lin Feng immediately felt his heartbeat accelerate. He had never thought that there would be such a god cave at the bottom of the river. An ordinary person would have frozen to death after jumping into the river. Only Lin Feng's body was so strong that he did not die after falling to the bottom of the river. Moreover, he had discovered this scorching cold god cave. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord did not respond. Perhaps he was in seclusion, or perhaps he did not want to talk to him. Lin Feng looked inside the scorching cold god cave. There was a glaring light inside. He could not see anything clearly. Lin Feng carefully entered the cave. However, as soon as he entered the cave, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, a pungent smell rushed out. A frost dragon opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. It's over! Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. Facing a sudden attack from a dragon, it was too late to dodge. Chapter 1002. Walala! Lin Feng originally thought that he was going to be swallowed by the ice dragon, but he didn't expect that at that moment there would be the sound of chains colliding. The ice dragon roared in pain. The ice dragon was about 3 meters away from Lin Feng. Its huge body was pierced through by 18 chains, and the 18 chains were connected to the divine prefecture. No matter how hard the ice dragon struggled, it couldn't break free from the chains. Lin Feng looked shocked. Who was it that had locked up such a frost dragon here? The ice dragon was guarding the entrance to the divine prefecture. If Lin Feng wanted to enter, he would have to defeat the gigantic ice dragon, but that wasn't realistic at all. So Lin Feng couldn't enter the divine prefecture. What a pity! The divine prefecture is protected by an ice dragon. I can only look at it and sigh. Lin Feng felt regretful. If he could enter the divine prefecture, he would definitely have a great opportunity, but Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to enter. One day later, walala! A head popped out of the cold river. It was Lin Feng. He quickly swam out of the river and away from it. Lin Feng remembered the location of the divine prefecture. When he became a god in the future, he would definitely pass by this place. When that time came, he would revisit this place. At that time, he would have the ability to search for the divine prefecture. It was late at night, and Lin Feng felt a little better after leaving the range of the cold river. He raised a bonfire, and the barbecued meat above it emitted an enticing aroma. Golden oil dripped down from time to time, making sizzling sounds. "Bibi is hungry! Bibi is hungry!" said the little boy. He flew around Lin Feng and started dancing in the air. His voice was like a baby's. Lin Feng took out a few king-level spirit herbs. A rainbow-colored light shot out from the eggshell, wrapping around the king-level spirit herbs. Those spirit herbs turned into the purest form of energy, which was absorbed by Bibi. Every time, this little guy would eat the most precious natural treasures. The little guy wouldn't even look at ordinary things. "Big brother, Eggy, Eggy," Bibi shouted. Obviously, Bibi wasn't talking about itself. It was probably talking about the egg of the scarlet flame golden swanee. Lin Feng quickly took out the scarlet flame gold swanee beast's egg. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently when he saw the egg. The originally perfect egg was now filled with cracks. These cracks covered the entire egg. Wisps of essence chi spread out from the cracked egg. Originally, The beast egg contained pure life energy, but now Lin Feng could no longer feel any life energy. This meant that the egg was already dead. It seems that the water of the frigid river has frozen it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he had jumped into the frigid river, he had put the egg away, but the egg had touched the water of the frigid river, even if it had only been for a moment. The temperature of the water of the frigid river was too low, and it had frozen the egg. My scarlet flame, golden, swanny beast. My divine beast pet. Damn, the frigid river. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In reality, Lin Feng knew that the scarlet flame golden swanny beast's egg was extremely difficult to hatch. If the scarlet flame golden swanny beast had hatched the egg, it would have been able to hatch after a long time. But if it had hatched the egg, the probability of it hatching was very low. But there was still hope, and now all of that hope had been cut off. Eat, eat. Bibi circled around Lin Feng and shouted excitedly. This little guy was a complete glutton. Swish! There was a flash of light, and the sleepy dragon rabbit jumped out of the bag. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king also took the initiative to come out of the bag. They all looked at the scarlet flame golden swanny beast's egg. This was the egg of a divine beast's descendant. The amount of essence it contained was unimaginable. It was also very effective in increasing one's cultivation. Since the egg had already lost its vitality, Lin Feng directly put it on the bonfire and roasted it. Soon, an alluring fragrance spread from the egg. Eat, eat. Bibi's childish voice could be heard. It could not wait any longer. The dragon rabbit's big eyes were also shining brightly. The dark green mantis scorpion king was drooling. Lin Feng took the roasted egg out of the fire. Then he removed the outer shell. He used a knife to cut the egg into pieces for everyone to enjoy. Lin Feng took a bite, and suddenly a majestic essence spread out from his body. As expected of the egg of a divine beast's descendant, the essence it contained was too shocking. The taste of the egg could only be considered average, but Lin Feng ate it with relish. After eating 3 pieces, the essence in Lin Feng's body began to overflow. Essence was spurting out from every pore. As for the dark green mantis scorpion king, it only ate 1 piece and could not eat any more. If it ate more, the essence in its body would be enough to make its body explode. After eating 3 pieces, the dragon rabbit also reached its limit and began to refine the essence in its body with the dark green mantis scorpion king. Although Bei hadn't hatched yet, this little thing had actually eaten 5 pieces. From this, one could see how astonishing its race was. However, after eating 5 pieces, Bibi also reached its limit. Lin Feng ate 7 pieces in a row, and he felt the essence in his body escape from his pores. He was also reaching his limit. However, there were still 2 pieces left. If he did not eat them, the essence would soon dissipate. So Lin Feng braced himself and ate the last 2 pieces. At this time, Lin Feng's body actually swelled up. The essence in his body seemed to be about to explode. If it really exploded, Lin Feng knew that he would die. Lin Feng's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly used the great suppression skill to suppress the essence in his body. Under the suppression of the great suppression skill, the essence in Lin Feng's body that was about to explode was finally suppressed temporarily. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate, and began to use the devouring martial soul to devour the essence in his body. The essence as vast as the sea was devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation had another breakthrough. When the essence in his body was completely refined, Lin Feng finally broke through from the 3rd heaven of creation realm to the 4th heaven of creation realm. One must know that with Lin Feng's accumulation, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through. Now that he had refined the essence in the beast egg, it allowed Lin Feng to break through. It could be said that it was a great opportunity. The dragon rabbit, Bibi, and the dark green mantis scorpion king also received great benefits. Among them, the dark green mantis scorpion king began to cultivate in seclusion, and it seemed to be undergoing a transformation. This made Lin Feng very happy. Every time the dark green mantis scorpion king transformed, its life level would evolve, and its combat power would also become stronger. Lin Feng accumulated and headed towards the depths of the ominous territory. Naturally, he did not forget to look for the Holy Spirit fruit, for Bibi. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the ominous territory. For mountains that were 10,000 meters high stood there. That was the Four Saint Mountain. It was said that the Holy Spirit fruit grew in the Four Saint Mountain, but the Four Saint Mountain was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was a place comparable to a land of death. Even if a god trespassed, he could die